Hey Bev, how's it going, bud?
You hear the hum, it's soft, it's sweet. Cradle song to keep your feet. Why ask why? Why break the
Hey
spell?
Bev, can you hear me?
The globe's your home. Don't bid farewell.
Oh gosh. All right. Yeah, you need to make some money. All right.
Who was that?
Inappropriate nickname.
Inappropriate nickname.
Spin it soft, let it glow. Go in peace, don't ever know.
And we are live. I don't know who that was. Well, I do know it was Flattened Destruction. Flatty. You could have said hello to him. He might come back. I don't know. I don't know what he wanted. Maybe he doesn't want to appear on live shows or whatever. It is a free-for-all Friday. So if he does want to come back, then anyone, as you've seen, people can come in. I know other shows are on. Doesn't matter though. We'll get round to doing what we do. How's everyone doing? We've been well, we've been busy since the argument was put out and 69 in the Globe is becoming I don't know, a weird thing, because I'm not aware of anybody that can do it within this arena. It seems really strange, but we've been in an arena where we've been obviously testing reality, showing people at levels obviously horizontal, showing people how to prove a straight line in a plane in reality. We've obviously shown all sorts of stuff. Been out, got underneath the horizon. I don't know who else has managed to do that. That was me though. I did it. And what we've ended up with is a situation where, when we talk about these measurements taken in reality, like even as far as measuring an angle to a light in the sky, and then a distance in between those measurements to angles in the sky, it becomes really, really difficult to talk to people. And we've got a few examples of it that have happened just today. And it goes to show that the claims that everybody's heard mentioned over, well, I'm guessing years, to be honest. Probably like longer than 10 years. There's people that have been around here for over 10 years. And they've heard all sorts of claims being made by different people within this arena. But one of these claims is a claim of an angular measurement to Polaris that derives what we call latitude. Now that's used within celestial navigation, but not so much in map making, but mainly in celestial navigation. They use things that are called latitude and longitude. Latitude is derived, or at least in the north anyway, to keep it simple, as an angle to Polaris, and longitude is where the sun is at its highest point midday. They equate that to 12 o'clock, and then they put those as longitude lines. It's just so you know how you can keep track of time through different time zones, so you don't get all confused for where the sun is. But the one we're mainly worried about here, one they're mainly talking about is this angle measurement to Polaris called latitude. Now, we've heard a lot over the years. It's one of the first things I can remember hearing is 69 miles to 1 degree. And what that means is there's just a distance in between these two angular measurements. You might have heard us talking about it. And not many people seem to have actually bothered measuring this. Not many people seem to have verified it. And as you'll find out, there's not a lot of people that can even talk about it anymore nowadays. Particularly the people that are casting the shadows about these things in the first place. I mean, I don't know what normal people would ever be worried about this for, or whether they'd need to know about it, what's going on about it. You know, why would you need to measure an angle to a light in the sky? It's 2025. We've got GPS systems. We can pull out our mobile phones, and that'll direct us through voice to get wherever we want to get to. So this is what we're talking about here, is ancient sort of stuff. But that's what we're missing, I think, is the ability of people to actually do this sort of stuff for themselves and not have to rely on what other people tell them. I mean, it's okay for most people, you know. They're not really fussed about it. It doesn't come into their daily life. It's not relevant in any way whatsoever, really, to anyone. Other than inquisitive minds of statements that are made. You know, this is one of the things that you can draw on as a reference if you're making arguments about reality. This is something that can be confirmed. And if you're going to make an argument about something, then you're best off knowing about the facts of it. Now, people in this arena are the ones that have been casting the shadows about it. They've been using these as proofs. Everybody's heard of the circles of equal altitude. Well, they're these circles that are generated from angle measurements to lights in the sky. Nathan Oakley's been doing it for ages. I mean, we did tell him you can do fuck all with an angle. Got wrote into a song, Buster. Literally laid it down in lyrics in a song. So it was been told about years ago. Yeah. Here we are, 2025. Welcome to the new argument Elder Bear has hit upon. Possibly one of the best arguments ever. But in order to verify that for the argument, just to make sure for yourself, we're talking about measuring a distance of 69 miles. And at each end of this 69-mile distance, we're going to measure an angle to Polaris. Now, the claim is that the angle will differ by 1 degree. No matter where we draw that line. So pick a map, any map, scale map, put a ruler on it, have a look at the scale, measure 69 miles from where you live, north-south, put another point, and then go there and measure another angle to confirm it. You're confirming both the angle and the distance. 2 things to check and verify. They're the only 2 variables. Measuring angle, distance between angles.
Yeah, you ought to be able to do it with your sat nav, didn't you? Really? Well, it depends on, I guess, how far you got. Well, you know how you drive. I guess if you can go in a straight line somehow.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the
If you can
GPS would give you coordinates, wouldn't it? Like you can
give you your coordinates, and
Yeah.
then if you mapped in an extra degree and set that as your destination, like start and drive. Yeah, I mean, of course, it'd be better to go straight as you can, but
well,
be interesting to see.
you've got
See
two
when
coordinates, haven't you? You've got a north coordinate and like an east-west coordinate.
Yeah. I guess once you're on that latitude, that you've reached that degree, then you'll be able to see.
Yeah.
You can measure the angle again yourself, couldn't you? Just to check it was 1 degree difference. See what you've clocked up on your speedometer.
And I think we have to say as well that we were sat in Flatsoids because we've been trying to talk to people about this, and that I end up getting banned from everywhere. Geo can't talk about this sort of stuff. Nathan Oakley, obviously, he's been running scared for over a year now, at least for this particular thing. Everybody else bans us, so there can be no conversation. But luckily enough, we do have some inroads to be able to get the minds fizzing or whatever. So we were sat in Flatsoid's back room last night, and Flatsoid will talk to anyone, but he won't talk to me or Elderbear about any of this. He won't talk to us about Logos. He won't talk to us about distances. He won't talk to us about angles measured to the sky. Because Flatsoid's one of the guys that lives in the south. We were hoping to be able to bring people who can't see Polaris into this 69 in the globe. And we were wondering whether they could confirm it for us. But we don't seem to be able to have a conversation with anyone that lives in the south, the ones that can't see Polaris, and how they managed to get their angle to, well, I mean, they don't call it that. You've got to call it a latitude. How do people in the south discover their latitude? Because they can't just measure an angle to Polaris. They don't have Polaris privilege.
Well, flat sort of be ideal, a flat earther in the beyond the equator. You'd have thought, I don't know, maybe for us in the north, like I said before, you can, I can go out. I know where Polaris is. As soon as I walk out the door, I know where to look.
Yeah.
And I always wondered if you didn't see Polaris, what would you look at? What would be your guiding star, if you like, something you look at and go, all right, yeah, that's there. When Orion comes around, in the wintertime. When Orion comes around in the wintertime, I think, wow, it's like the arrival of an old friend. And I see it, and it's nice to look at, this really nice constellation. So I do wonder in the south. And I'd have thought Flatsoid would have some orientation, go out of my back door. He said he lives in between some mountains, so I would imagine there was some constellation there that he recognizes and feels at home with his sky.
I would imagine that there's less light pollution, but I mean, I don't know, because you can't get a chance to talk to people. I know that there are some dark sites that we can go to, and that does definitely light the sky up a bit more, right? You can see there's a lot more stars with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, the strange thing is, since it's occurred to me, we have been asking, isolating the Australians have been 24/7. It's become a bit of a poke in the bear, I guess, or the bear poking them. In that, I say, well, we're Polaris privileged up here, where we are, because we can see Polaris, but you haven't got that. You have to just believe in the flat Earth because you haven't got, anything to guide you. You can't see Polaris, so what have you got to get your latitude? And with all the ribbing and the kind of, sarcasm, if you like, they haven't come up with anything. They haven't said, "Oh, we'll put you right. This is what we do. You look here, we get an angle to this star. That's where we get our latitude." They don't have it. It's not there. And after spending like 10 years or so in the arena, you'd have thought they'd have something that they'll go to, because it kind of triggers you to look at things. And well, for some, some just follow along and repeat what everybody says. But for some, they'll start to look at the stars, particularly if it's Polaris and you can see it, because it's easy to see. Yeah, so I guess I kind of imagine people do that, but maybe they don't. But the South is interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. And these people are in the South. They seem to be North centric. They only have a belief based on what's going on in the experience of the people in the North, and they repeat that as if it's their world. It must be a bit odd, really. Like over there, they've got it, and we haven't got a clue what we're talking about. We just talk about Polaris, right? The Aussies, and yeah, they haven't got it. It's just
They can't.
weird,
Yeah, they can't just look at Polaris like we can.
No,
but I mean,
no.
as you see, nobody actually needs to measure any of these angles. They just use the words for the argument. So I suppose there's no difference between the southern guys, the Australians, and like people like Nathan Oakley and the guys that live in the north, because they don't measure angles either.
No, and yeah.
It's as though they've been told, right? I know we've got a video of Brian's logic also doing this, going over the 69 miles.
Wow,
but he also refers to 10th Man as their teacher. So the big shadow caster for all of this seems to be 10th Man and the books that he bought that cost a lot of money. That's all we ever get. And obviously, 10th Man, he's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He's nowhere to be seen. Dropped a load of information on a load of people and then just done a Jesse Kozlowski and disappeared. Left them
Brian
with this information. That's it.
Yeah, Brian said in the video that 10th Man went over it on one of Nathan's shows about the where he'd found the source of the 69 miles, and the closest we seem to get from Brian was somehow that the Great Pyramid at Giza, at the base of that, the square around the base, we measure the four sides, is half a nautical mile. So it seems there's a long history of this notion of a nautical mile.
It's obviously a distance, though, right? What he's doing there is he's equating a nautical mile, which is an angular measurement, to a distance.
It's been around for a long time.
Must have been if they did it in the pyramids.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So, but it would be interesting to know, find that where that 10th Man was, because I'm kind of Brian couldn't remember, it seems, but it'd be interesting to find what that source was, because people keep asking me, well, who did it then? Who did it? I don't know the guy's name. It's what people have done for navigation for a long time, and they'll need it. They need some distance, and it seems that people are giving up the distance now. I asked somebody today, what's your nearest city? He said Chicago. I said, how far is it from Chicago to New York?
That's how we
start.
What
does it matter?
Yeah, that's exactly how we start off.
Okay, well, that's maybe a lead into it.
Yeah,
you'll see. And it's like they're now having to abandon everything.
So if we lay this out right before we start, right, because this is very, very easy. You just need to measure an angle to the Polaris at your house. Step one, right? Anyone can do this. Find a theodolite app. I've just bought one on my mobile phone. £8.99. It does to 0.1 of a degree. So it's within the accuracy range for you to be able to get with 0.1 of a degree. So, I mean, what's your accuracy range? Well, it's within 1.1 of a degree. It's not within a degree, it's within 0.1 of a degree. So that's good enough, close enough for me to be doing this, I think. For £8.99, you don't want to be spending loads of thousands of pounds on a theodolite. I mean, you know, this is something that we're just doing just to check something. Measure one angle at your location. Then find a map. Now, you could use maps on your phone if you wanted to, and, you know, Google Maps or whatever, and draw lines. But the best way to do it is to get an actual map of your local area. Most people will have a map of their area, and measuring 69 miles on the map, a distance north-south, it is doable with a ruler, a straight line, measured distance. Now, I've been saying to anyone that does this, that distance that you measure with a ruler on any scale map is going to be a horizontal distance. I can't see why anyone would argue about that. It's just a distance measured on a map between two locations, measured on the map, right? It's a flat map, obviously. Don't get offended. I'm not saying that the Earth's flat, because it's just what maps are. I can't do anything about that. And those 2 points have got to be a horizontal distance. You can say it's not if you want, but I mean, the distance would be measured and it would be verifiable for you to go to the location on the map to check that you're there. And you've travelled 69 miles. Now, that 69 miles would be classed as a distance, whether it's horizontal or whatever. It's a distance from one place to another, straight line distance. Now, you measure an angle and check whether there is a 1 degree change. Very simple to do. Like, I don't know whether you want to go, you could go 30, say 34.5 miles or whatever, just to do a ½ degree change. I don't know. Maybe you could do, well, you wouldn't be able to do 0.6, would you? No, you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to, it depends on how accurate your measuring tool is. If you've got a theodolite, like some of these people, some people have hundreds of them. They buy them off for scrap. I mean, they could definitely measure an angle to much more accurately, so they could probably do it over a mile and measure this minute difference. If you know, it depends on how good your accuracy is. But that's all we're talking about. We're talking about something very simple that people can do with minimal things. Measuring a distance and measuring an angle twice. That's it. Simple. And because it's been placed within an argument, it seems to have caused a little bit of confusion to a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, pi. We talk about pi, and as we were talking the other day, you know, when I was at school, pi was, to me, was 3.14 or 22/7, and that was it. I hadn't got a clue what it related to, why it was that number, or anything. I just applied it to all the calculations that were put in front of me that I had to use it for. And it was only recently, fairly recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, that I saw its relationship as a ratio to the circle. So we have a circle, and we have a diameter from one side to the other, straight line across the middle. You take that diameter and you wrap it around the circumference of the circle, around the outside of the circle, it will go around 3.14 times. And that's its relationship to the circle, the diameter. And that, to me, when I first saw that, it was a revelation. I thought, wow, that's true for every circle, right? So, it was like God, not God. That kind of made me think about, who put that there as a, something in reality that's true for every circle. And then when we talk about pi equaling 2, it means taking that diameter, that line across the middle, that straight line, and wrapping it around the edge. It only goes twice, 2 times, as opposed to 3.14 and lots of other numbers after it recurring. Doesn't come to an end, that number, but 3.14 is generally the ish will do. But there's a difference between 3.14 times around the circle and 2 times around the circle. So that helps anybody who's kind of wondering, like I was at one time, what's this pi 3.14? That sounds a bit above my kind of pay grade. And that's all it is. Just a ratio of that diameter to the circumference of the circle.
Yeah. It's mathematics, isn't it? Like it is a
Yeah.
simple mathematical thing, but a lot of people get turned off by the idea that it's maths. It's been put as a number, where really it's just a ratio of the diameter to the circumference of the circle. But one of the most base mathematical things that there is, this ratio between these two. And I don't think you can get away from it. Like within Euclidean understanding, within mathematics, it's 3.14. It's a constant. It's a known constant. But, if you leave that arena, then it can change. But the change in pi has some drastic consequences mathematically. And to relate that to reality, then, you're going into strange places, but maybe that's a sign somehow. Right, okay. Everyone ready for this? Anyone want to get anything else out before we go over it? Because this is a conversation that happened earlier this morning. Obviously, Elder Bear's made an argument, and this argument has absolutely ruined flat Earth, because well, it's a destructive dichotomy, meaning you get two choices, and really you're best off not hearing it if you're a flat earther, because whichever choice you pick, you're going to have to falsify the model of that you already have. Now, you may not think you have a model, and when you hear this argument, you won't have a model anymore. You can't have a model. This is what happens. So I'm going to go over a conversation. I'll leave the Discord open for anybody that wants to post anything in the Discord. Obviously, if anybody's out there and listening to this and wants to come in and say anything and get involved in it, the Discord's open. If you join, I think there's a thing that you have to do in order to join, but hopefully with mods will be on that. And if you're already joined, you want to join and you can't get into the VC, post the thing in the live chat and we'll see what we can do. Right, so there's not much of me talking in this. In fact, there's none of me talking because I kept quiet. This is all Elder Bear, but there's some messages going on in the background.
Why don't you tell me and then
Elder Bear,
explain
Yeah,
why
what
it
if I
matters?
told you it was 30 miles?
matters. Shut up. Because
Yeah,
Elder
like, what if I
Bear.
give you a wrong answer, dude? What's going to
Elder Bear,
happen?
what if I told you it was 30 miles? Would that make a difference if I told you it was 30 miles?
Distance
well, you
is
have
a
to have a
problem.
distance. Where'd you get the distance from?
Well, I just made the number up because I don't live anywhere near
It doesn't
there.
matter what you did with it.
So I'm trying. I'm just
You're
trying
on
to
the
figure out
flat
what is
Earth.
What's your
In
point,
reality,
dude?
hang on.
What's your point?
In reality, you're on the flat Earth. You've got a distance that you have in reality. How did you get it?
Well, I could use the hijacked GPS systems that we have, or I could take a meter stick and go and flip a meter stick until I get there and tell you how many times I flipped it. I could do that.
You want me to drive there and measure it with a car, or what?
So we don't know any
What do you want?
distance. You don't know any
No,
distance
I
on
don't
flat Earth
understand what
for
is your
truth.
point?
No, I don't, dude. What
Given
the fuck do
given
you
the
want?
system we have,
Elder Bear.
given yeah,
Elder
I mean
Bear.
time is the same, isn't it? Time
Elder
is the
Bear.
same.
It seems
You can
that you're
say
trying
time
to
is
get
doesn't exist. So distance doesn't exist either. We've just been given.
Elder Bear. Okay, I'm the one that put you on mute because I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this. Yes, we measure distance. Okay, we have distance, and we have, I suppose, a way of measuring distance. We've got measuring sticks, but most of the stuff that we have comes from the flat Earth elevation angles to stars when they mapped the known lands of the Earth into the stars. That's why time is so important. You know, the big freak out about it, all the Earth is spinning up. You heard all this kind of crap, right? If something happens to time and the way that time is calculated, we're going to have a big problem because it's going to screw up everything in navigation. Has that happened? I don't think it's happened yet. Could it happen? I don't know. But if it does, if something happens to time, you're going to have a big problem with navigation.
Right, so this guy is casting shadows about time, right? Well, distance is also as important, but he seems to have forgotten about that. Time is what this guy thinks is the most important factor rather than distance or bearing time. Weird. I don't know how often they use those sort of tactics. This is 24/7 over at the politics.
You also got a problem if you don't have distance. Now you get the distance from the angle you measure to Polaris, which derives the latitude system. The latitude system has
What we're going to
distances
do? We're going to
attributed for
use
navigation.
we're going to
For
use the
navigation,
globe
a distance along the
information.
ground.
Elder Bear, we're going to use the globe information that was given to us. Okay, that's what we're going to use. We're going to use the globe information that was given to us. And if we were to start plotting Polaris up in the sky, for every 1 degree of declination that we're able to see it in the night sky, because of course it would be night, because that's the only time the star's going to be out. And if we traveled 1 degree of declination, we would know that we traveled 69 miles because that's what we've been told. If that number is incorrect, that number is incorrect. But those are the numbers that we have been told by the people that believe in the globe.
You can go out and check it for yourself.
Yes, you can, if that's what you want to do. I don't have an issue with it. It is what it is. I'll
And you'll
take their
use the
word for
same
it. They say that
system
that's what it is.
of
They say
measurement
that
that
they've mapped
everybody
the Earth with
uses.
this.
And whether it's 60 miles, 72 miles, 103
So who do
miles,
you
it
have
doesn't
a
make a
problem? I'm
difference.
trying to
Because
figure
if
out
you
who you
measure
have a problem
69
with.
miles, and you want.
So who do you have a problem with? Do you have a problem with me, or do you have the problem with the people that say?
Yeah, he's muted. First time. Well, I mean, probably not the first time of the day, but I don't know what the muting's for.
That it's
Problem.
69 miles per degree. Like who are you trying to fight here? Because if it's me, it's stupid.
I do have a problem with
didn't
you
make this
because you're
crap up.
casting shadows. I do have a problem with you because you're casting shadows.
I'm not casting any shadows.
Yes,
You're coming
My
across.
argument addresses the.
You have a problem with this. We've been taught this stuff. This is the stuff that we've been taught about nautical miles. Now now actually it's not nautical miles. Those are statute miles. The 69 miles. It's 60 nautical miles, and the reason for that is because everything was done in base 60. That's how they created the sort of a chart and an easy way to do circular math with longitude and latitude and all that kind of good stuff, because everything was base 60. Okay, that's easy to do math in a circle with base 60.
What's
It's not so
circular
easy
math?
with base 10, but it's pretty easy with base 60. So we had base 60 math going on for the longest time. They used to teach it in school. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you do, but base 60 was taught in school, and you'd learn base 60.
And they divided the statute miles by 1.5, 1.5108, 0518 in order to get to nautical miles, because it has a common denominator with degrees based on
No,
60.
it was
That's
60
why they did it.
nautical miles
And
per
that's,
degree.
yes,
60 nautical miles
yes,
per degree.
yes.
So the
Because it
statute
has a
miles
common
come from a
denominator, like
calculation.
you just
The
said.
statute
Easy to
miles come from
calculate.
a calculation.
The statute miles come from a calculation. He thinks that the statute miles come from a calculation from the nautical mile. At least I think that's what he thinks. But I can't confirm it because it's hard to tell, because these guys won't ever they won't ever confirm what, you know, like what you're hearing them say. They'll never be able to confirm it. But go back over that, listen to it again.
Per degree.
Yes,
60 nautical miles
yes,
per degree.
yes.
So the
Because it
statute
has a
miles
common
come from a
denominator, like
calculation.
you just
The
said.
statute
Easy
miles
to
come from
calculate.
a calculation. And if
He confirmed it twice. The statute miles come from a calculation. Wrong, other way around.
If you got a
Now, the
problem with
sun,
this, you've got a problem with the calculations, or you got a problem with, in the first instance, when they told us that it was 60 nautical miles per degree. If you don't like that, that's not against me.
it's
That's
okay.
against
You can
whoever
plead the
came
fifth.
up with it in the first place. You might be in the
You can plead the
wrong
fifth.
room, Elder Bear.
It's okay. No, you can plead the fifth. It's okay. For all those who did say,
So,
that
Elder
for
Bear,
1
let's get
degree
this down
measured to
now.
Polaris
Instead of you dribbling
equals
shit, nah, I'm just going to stop you. Give him
Here we
10
go.
seconds because he's still talking, because he's hopeless. Now, Elder Bear,
Cue the obnoxious
Yeah.
Australian.
about the 60
Yeah.
nautical miles, do you exactly have an issue with?
Nautical miles.
Is it? We
No.
don't use nautical miles. Did someone tattoo it on your arm? What is it about this 60 nautical miles are you really having a problem with? Because no one else seems to have a problem with it. You just seem to be rambling on about it for like the last 3 days straight that I know of.
Right, and I have to point this out. 60 nautical miles has never been mentioned by Elder Bear, either in his argument or anything. This is something that these guys make up and that these guys have been using because they like to pretend, like the Australians guys here use Polaris that they can't see. They also use this 60 nautical miles, which is reference to the water. It's nautical. We're not talking about that. None of us have got boats. We're all talking about on the land. We're talking about 69 miles, the sort of miles that most people know, not nautical miles. Nobody ever uses nautical miles on land. Nobody's actually saying to measure anything in nautical miles. These guys are using that to obfuscate. Because nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows what a nautical mile is. These guys don't even know what a nautical mile is. They think the statute miles are a calculation from the nautical mile. How do they get a nautical mile? They haven't got a clue. They don't know where it comes from. They've got everything backwards. Terrible.
There's probably others that'll say, no, this has been going on longer. So what is the issue? What is the issue?
I don't have an issue with any of the numbers.
So why
I
did
just
you
looked
keep
at the
bringing it
numbers
up?
because the numbers were presented to me by you guys.
I didn't present the numbers
I
to
look-
you. I've explained that to you countless times. And for some reason, you keep saying, we've presented the numbers. Whoever presented the numbers to you, you are going to take your argument directly to them. So, for example,
I am.
if it was
I
Jedi...
am. I'm here doing it now.
Well, sorry, you can stay on mute because none of the people in here were the ones that put that information to you. Because we've all quite clearly said, wasn't us. You've named some of the people. Those people ain't in here. It sounds like to me, you're too much of a coward to go over to FED and try to drop it on them.
Right. Again, he's talking about this as though it's got something to do with other people. It's literally an angle measurement to Polaris, not needed to anybody, and a measurement of 69 miles to confirm it for yourself. The claim is that everybody's been using it for years. But what you'll hear here is these Australian 24/7 flat earthers denying that they've said it, handing it off to other people. Obviously, they can't do it themselves because they can't measure an angle to Polaris. And they don't know what they should be doing in order to confirm it for themselves. So they obviously get angry at people talking about 69 miles and 1 degree. Because they can't even refer to Nathan Oakley or anything because they've fallen out with him. I don't know whether they know anybody over there. I mean, Jedi and Miggy and Crit, they could measure an angle to Polaris and measure the distance in America, but they don't seem to trust maps either. So it gets a little bit tricky for what these guys are meant to be able to do. And we are just talking about stuff that anybody can do in reality. Well, providing you can see Polaris. Or find out what the other guys in the south do. Somebody with a telescope in the south. I mean, they must know how to derive their angle, their latitude. They must do.
Because they've put numbers down. One of them was Brian's Logic. You posted up a video about it yesterday.
Brian's Logic does have a video.
About how he claimed 60 nautical miles, blah, blah, blah.
69
I didn't even
miles.
read the rest of this shit.
0.4.
Wasn't really that interested. If you've got a problem with particular people, take your argument directly to them. Don't sit in here crying to us.
Can't take the argument to them. They banned us ages ago. They don't want to hear this argument.
I know.
You have no argument.
And not only that, all of these measurements are all globe measurements. They're not flat Earth measurements. All of this stuff came from the globe side.
These is just measurements made in reality that you can confirm in reality, providing you can see Polaris, or provided you can measure a distance on a map. These guys can do it too. There shouldn't be such a pushback for something so simple that anyone can do. Anybody's ever held a map for going orienteering or anything like that? This is ridiculous. And you can hear the anger in his voice. There's something going on here. There's more than meets the eye to this simple measurements.
So if you have a problem with it, you have a problem with the globe. So you're in the wrong room. You should be in the hate globe room. Like you took a wrong turn at the last exit on the freeway or something, Elder Bear.
I did go to FED, and when I presented them with the issue, they banned me. Same as you do. I mean,
no, that's not true, because I know what you did there. I know what you did there. I know why you were banned. So don't say why you were banned unless you tell the truth, because I was there. I know what you said. I know what you did. And we're not going to get into it here, but I'm telling you, I'm on to you. So don't go there.
We can go there. I'm not worried about any of that. I know why I was banned. The same as why Nathan Oakley was banned from here. Because of these numbers.
All right. First and last warning. The next time you mention Nathan Oakley, you're getting expunged just for me to have practice. I told you the other day.
Expunged.
Yeah.
What?
Nathan Oakley was not banned in here for spruiking numbers. Nathan knows why he's banned. That's it.
So good.
End of line. Anyone else want to bring it up and test me? Take your silences. You're all being sensible. Awesome.
On a
If you go
power
to our
trip.
24/7 home server, you'll find terabytes of information there, stating 69 miles to 4 degrees, to 1 degree.
That's nice.
Yeah,
So someone
again,
who cares.
That's
Again,
what you represent.
Elder Bear,
That's what you
Elder Bear,
represent.
Elder Bear.
You guys.
Do you not understand that that is a globe claim? Those
no,
numbers.
No.
No,
It's a
Elder
proof
Bear.
of flat
He doesn't
Earth.
understand.
It's the
No,
proof
He just
of
keeps.
flat
He
Earth.
just keeps.
The
Shut up. I'm sick of listening to you whinging already.
Jesus
Elder
Christ.
Bear's
we
got
did
this
not-
preset idea that because it's on our server, we represent that, therefore it's a flat Earth measurement. Full stop. It's a flat Earth measurement. It comes from flat Earthers. And it doesn't matter what we tell him, where we got that data from in the first place, he is just going to keep round and round and round and round in circles. He's just a time waster. Like, seriously.
Yeah, no, it's pretty stupid. Like, those numbers are real numbers that have been created for whatever reason behind whatever doors to represent whatever it is that they represent.
They've been created. They've not. They've been measured in reality. Both the angle and the distance. I can't understand what the problem is. This is something that we can do in reality. Why are these guys... Maybe it's because they're in the south and they can't actually see Polaris. They need something that they can do equivalent to the Polaris thing that we have a privilege in the north of being able to do. But these guys don't even believe that you could do it. There's something more going on. Because they don't believe that it's possible to be able to do it. They don't even know where these things have come from. They must have a serious dislike of maps and measurement tools or whatever in Australia. That's the only thing I can think of. Why they want to be like this.
But the one thing that we do know is that we do know that people do use celestial navigation. We know that. And we know that it got them from here to there. That part we know too. So obviously celestial navigation works. And if celestial navigation uses 60 nautical miles per degree of declination of Polaris, then I guess we would have to accept it as true. But throughout all of that, I didn't make up the 60. I didn't make that up. That's just something that we've been told. So if you don't like it and you're arguing it, well, you're in the wrong room. You need to go to the room that created celestial navigation and you need to argue with them to get them to fix it. You tell them
They refuse to listen, don't they?
I don't know.
Because it's not that Elder Bear has a problem with it.
Yeah.
Elder Bear has said, like, we can go verify this, and this guy is saying I didn't make up the 60 miles, nautical miles, or 69 statute miles per degree. Well, wouldn't it be interesting to go see if it's actually right? Since it's been brought up many times in many of these rooms, but apparently not.
Yeah, they're not even understanding what Elder Bear's saying.
Yeah.
You know, the part that you can check this for yourself. There's no need for you to think that anybody's arguing anything with anybody. We're just trying to establish a base fact that we can sort of all agree on. There's something that can be done in reality. Now, sounds like that guy, he's not in Australia, so he might be able to do it. Who knows? Yeah, but he's not understanding. Definitely not getting it.
Okay, so they're globe measurements then, is that what you're saying?
Bingo!
Okay, but they also exist in reality. So are you admitting the globe is it's a globe? Is that your admission?
Oh,
That these
so
numbers exist in
or you were
reality
freaking
and
out
they're
about
globe
them, and
measurements you
then
were given?
you know what?
And so now you're on a
You're
globe. Is that
pissing
what you're
me
saying?
off. Now you're pissing me off because you had a problem with them when you thought they were flat Earth measurements, and now when you find out they're globe measurements, now you're like, well, you know what? Screw you, buddy. What the hell is that all about? Yes, they are all globe measurements. They all come from measuring the globe, the one that doesn't exist in reality.
Right, so here we go. This guy is arguing that the numbers that you can verify in reality, they all come from the globe. Now, I'm not saying that this guy is speaking for flat earthers, because we're just talking about shit that happens in reality. Right? But he seems to be saying that these measurements that can be done in reality have come from the globe, which isn't real. So if it's not real, how can we take these measurements in reality and confirm them? It's a bit of a weird situation, but he's being allowed to speak. He's being allowed to mute Elder Bear while he's doing this talking. So this is the voice of 24/7 Flat Earth on the politics server. I'll rewind it just a bit, just so you can hear him, what he's saying.
And now when you find out they're globe measurements, now you're like, well, you know what? Screw you, buddy. What the hell is that all about? Yes, they are all globe measurements. They all come from measuring the one that doesn't exist in reality, the globe that only exists in the math, that globe. Yes, they're all there, 60 nautical miles per degree. That's the one that they apparently agree with. Now, if you got a problem with that, you need to go find those people and you can argue with them all you want.
Okay? Did everybody get that? These measurements that you can confirm in reality have just been told by a flat earther that they are globe measurements. Now you can confirm them. If you want to confirm them as globe measurements like this guy seems to suggest you can. Or maybe you just be able to confirm them as measurements taken in reality, since that's all you've ever done.
No, I think you have the problem because these numbers exist in reality. So if they exist in
No,
reality and they're globe numbers,
If
then
they
you must be
exist
living on.
in reality, then we don't have a problem. Do you understand? These are the numbers we've been given. We've been given these numbers, and now you're telling me that they work in reality. If they work in reality, we don't have a problem. Why?
So this guy's called
This
Plumbob.
guy is all over the place.
Mhm.
It's just crazy to listen to this person. He doesn't self-register what he says.
Yeah, it's like he's frantically scrambling. I think he might be Australian because obviously you can confirm it if you can see Polaris. You could do that for yourself. I'm presuming people in the south that can't see Polaris don't know how they got their numbers. Which is strange because I presume they do have latitude over there. But I'm not so sure how the circles of latitude work to the Australian flat earther. Don't know whether they're still concentric circles around the North Pole or whether they've actually got their latitudes derived from a different centre point.
They often say Sigma Octantis, don't they? That's the one I most hear, even though they say they can't see it clearly or regularly. But if it was, then
They've got
they
a
will be
two-pole.
circles, emanating from Sigma Octantis, as said to be the South Pole star, would be emanating from there and radiating out in concentric circles from there. So they would be circles in the opposite direction to the north ones, as the two-pole flat Earth model kind of shows. So there's two opposite rotating and concentric circles to each other. It's not, a continuous band of concentric circles as it's been presented on the AE map, and has it seems so far been presented as an image in people's minds, even though people say, it's not that, it's not that. It's only recently that there's been this kind of discussion that there are these two centers of rotation and opposing circles, but that doesn't explain what's happening on the ground. That seems to be a problem at the moment.
Yeah, I think
But that's all I
TFE
can see for the south. Yeah.
TFE in this argument of yours, the 69 miles, that focuses on the 69 miles, has made them focus upon where their latitudes are derived from. And I would imagine for the Australian flat earther that's never really considered it, that's been using Polaris as the argument that's been given to them, handed down to them from, the Shadowcaster, the great Shadowcaster 10th man, then that's all that they've been using as their argument. But as 10th man's disappeared and TFE's come around and the concentric circles of, counter-rotating circles have been done, then their mind might be in aporia at the minute. They may be, flummoxed about how they're deriving these numbers or these distances that seem so simple and easy for people in the north to do. And I think that's what may be the problem.
Yeah, I generally think that most of them, even though they say they haven't got a model, they have been living around the AE map, the sun moon clock app, concentric circles from the North Pole all the way to wherever, far as
the ice wall, right?
Measurements will take them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that seems to be as far as the flat Earth measurements go, and to go beyond there, you're going to need another center point, and to get another rotation to move on. So it's a bit like some kind of game. You will, beat the boss in the south, and you'll be allowed into the other realms, I guess. But yeah, I think in their minds they have had this concentric circles going out to where they live, and haven't really had to consider these different coordinate system for them to wrap their minds around. It must be a bit difficult, really. Yeah, it must be difficult.
Yeah, I can understand why they're they're a bit but I mean, they should really be just trying to find out how they can derive the 69 miles for themselves. But I'm guessing whenever they do that, they're looking at a different light in the sky, not Polaris. And then that
they haven't
to give them a two-pole. It has to.
Yeah. And they don't have one. Like I said, I described at the beginning, when I go out, as long as I can see the stars, Polaris is there every time, And it seems that I haven't been to Australia. It would fascinate me, but they don't have that as a regular. It's said it can't be seen very often, or maybe even not at all for some people. The Southern Cross seems is also a bit elusive, as we say. So they don't have that. And when I mentioned this about the Polaris, they haven't just popped up and said, well, it's, we use this star, as if they knew it from whenever, like I could say, I know where Polaris is. It would just drop out of my mouth if you ask me, because for me, I've got it. Some people may not have it, but I do have it. And I had imagined that they would be able to drop that out of their mouth too and say, yeah, we know they use Polaris, but we use X. That's what we do. But they don't. There's just been a void. I mean, the Australian guys are a bit of an abrasive crew. You know, they're quite aggressive. They can be, a bit, Bruce and Sheila, and a bit rough and ready, it seems. But yeah, sometimes I think you deserve it because they've been a bit nasty sometimes. But maybe that's just the where they come from, where they live. It's got some effect on their personalities, maybe. But
I have
yeah,
a question, Elder Bear.
uh-huh.
What do you think about being able to be at the equator and seeing Polaris and Sigma Octantis at the same time?
I don't know if anybody can. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, yeah,
Shouldn't it,
I
if
don't
they
know.
think we see 180 degrees of the sky?
You would expect, yeah, you would kind of logically think there's a place,
If you
that
get
could
yourself some
happen.
elevation, get yourself some elevation on the equator. I'm just thinking from a glober's point of view. Like
Well, from a
technically,
flat
I think
earther's
if
point of view too. It's not, from a flat
on the
earth too.
equator,
They
you should be able to see both of them.
yeah, I mean, the flat earthers should be able to see them too if that's the case. They can see 180 degrees of the sky at the equator. I haven't heard anybody talk about it, and what I'm
That's
told now,
because it
and
seems like it would be part of either model, and I don't know.
well, yeah, I mean, the two-pole model has a straight
Yeah,
line equator, and which point of rotation, which center of rotation derives the equator, it seems is unknown. If it's a straight line where the sun goes above your head on the equinox, east to west, then and it returns on itself, it must rotate in some kind of plane. And if it isn't, if it's a straight line, isn't derived from the rotations of the stars to either side of it, Polaris and Sigma Octantis, then I think that's a problem. That's a problem. I know for the two-pole flat earthers, that's called Pac-Man. You drop off one edge and pop up the other edge on the other end. That hasn't been. I guess people have thought about it, trying to work out what the hell's going on. But this hasn't really, I think, been a consideration for the masses. I mean, it's been if you're in Whitsitt's arena or area of effect for a time, you'll have heard about toroidal fields and block domain walls and that kind of thing, and you might have some kind of notion about it. That seems to amalgamate with the two-pole flat Earth model, but generally, the standard flat earther, if you like, as they say, they're not rooted to the AE map, but I think they are in their mind, and certainly, that's the image that is painted for me when people talk about it. They talk about this thing, this argument. They talk about the measuring an angle to Polaris. It's at the North Pole. And Nathan Oakley has put those images on his screen every day. It's a strangely on a sphere, but he depicts it. There's the little man in the middle on the half a sphere, measuring an angle, and making circles of equal elevation and distances from the center to the equator. And that's the image that's sort of being given. It fits the AE map model, even though people are saying the south is unknown, but the north doesn't seem to have been abandoned. But I think that's what generally people have, been mapping the picture in their mind around. I know they're running from it now since TFE. What can they do? I mean, say it's been falsified, but there are people who say, well, half of it might have been falsified, but the North Pole to the equator is still relevant, still valid for some. But that's the picture's been, that's how I came to this argument, by picturing what somebody was saying to me and then adding up the numbers at some point. I didn't see it in the beginning. I was just trying to get my head around, two antipodal planes Nathan was talking about one time. Still not sure what he means. To me, that was one, the north on the top and the south underneath. You flip over the edge, do a little flip, and you magnetize onto the bottom plane. That's all I could imagine. That's all I still imagine, antipodal planes. I don't know what it means. I can't picture it other than that. And if it was explained to me differently, maybe I will. But, that's how it's been described. And in my journey, looking at this topic, I have focused on the flat Earth because that was the alternative being offered, and I thought, well, let's see, does this fit? And I didn't see it at the beginning, and then as I gradually got more information and build a picture in my mind and relate it to some geometric principles, it started not to add up, and that's when I started to ask the questions, and that's when I began to hit a wall. Yeah. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, you're welcome to say, how you see it and how it came to you and, whatever, anybody. I'm just explaining how I perceived it as it's been given to me. And they're not my numbers. I'm just relating this argument to what's been given to me, the stated claims. And if they say they made an elevation angle and that's flat Earth, fine. That's your claim. I accept your claim within the claim. Within the claim, you claim it's an elevation angle. Yeah, sure. Okay. Horizontal. Yeah, sure. From the North Pole to the equator. Yeah, all the way. But it's 6,210 miles. And they're flat. You said they were. I didn't. It's your claim. I don't have to prove it, disprove it, or anything. The argument points to this situation and says, what do you think? How do you explain that? Can it be explained? And maybe some truth. Maybe beyond that, I don't know what's going to come out of it, but this nonsense that I've been hearing, I don't think is helpful to anybody. It's not helpful to the soldiers on the street who are just repeating the nonsense, because they're the ones generally who are up against it. And the guys at the top, they have the power to silence you, shut you up, throw you to the dogs. They don't care. They don't care. That's why I don't have any respect for them, as you hear when I speak to them. I just don't. They don't deserve any of my respect. They're just a bad bunch of people in my mind. Anyway, back to the video.
Yeah, these are the shadow casters. These are the guys. Because when you realise that you come into this arena, you don't know anything. Like, I don't know anybody that was going to come into this arena and hear the claim of 1 degree for 69 miles. That you hear that within the arena. Sorry if you've heard it from us, but I mean, it is something that can be verified now. These guys have been talking about it for years. Elder Bear's just pointed out that you can check it. You can place it within an argument. Any claims that people make can be placed within an argument. To falsify it, use modus tollens like it should be.
I do have another one that's on the brew, based on this, similar kind of thing. But another aspect of this that seems to me to be very relevant, and but I don't know. I think somehow once your mind gets in that space of arguments and start thinking in those terms, it's a bit of a strange place to be. I never thought I'd be here. When you first heard me speak here 2 years ago, I was, didn't think I'd be here. Certainly not. Didn't think I'd be making an argument or thinking in these terms. And, I'm grateful for the journey. I'm grateful for what I've learned. I'm grateful for the things that have come to me that have given me something outside of this personally. That's the things I value out of this whole journey. I don't give a shit what the Earth is, what shape it is particularly. This argument has engaged me. It's got me on a different path of knowledge. And I've been looking at lots of things in my life, and this one, I never thought I'd be looking at this and what it would bring me, but it's brought me things that I could never have found anywhere else. And I'm really grateful for that. So thank you for all these weird flat earthers who want to shut me up and things, because I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, it makes you
About
question
myself too.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, about myself too. You know, personal things. I'm making personal growth in this. You know, and I think lots of people do. And it's not just me. You know, this is just the mirror of, you know, maybe of what happens to people. You know, that's what I've got out of it. When people say, "Oh, what do you mean you're into the flat Earth?" It's not that. You know, it's not anything to do with that at all.
Uh-oh. Is that hot mic?
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
it's wrong. Is my mic really bad again?
Yeah, it's not good. I don't think we heard what you said when you came in.
I said I don't want to silence you, Elder Bear.
You did. But yeah, no, don't let me preach about this stuff. But yeah, I'm just saying there's been great value to me. And you know, I'm thankful for these people muting me, and because I'm a bit dogged. You know, if I get my teeth into something, you know, say if you piss me off, I might not stop coming looking for you. You know.
Well, I mean, it does just go to show,
you know,
that we were waiting in Flatsoids last night, and we've been out to 24/7. I got banned earlier from 24/7. Elder Bear's in there talking to them. We do actually go out and talk to people. That's something that is vital. And also, like you've just heard, we're thankful for it. When nobody's here moaning about anybody doing these things, because these things spur us on to make arguments, and we progress, we go forwards. This is a learning experience. We're learning to communicate with people. Some of the toughest people I've ever known to be able to attempt to converse with, but you have to learn different styles of rhetoric to be able to just carry on a conversation.
I've learned a lot from people. I mean, we went over some Torah earlier with Indio, and you know, I thought, wow, what a skillful guy Torah is. You know, that was hats off to you. You know, I shall be, you know, listening. You know,
you can learn
your stuff,
right? You learn from other people doing these things.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, you went down some roads I would never have considered. A line of question I would never have considered, a method, you know, a voice, you know, just it's very clever, very, very clever. That you know is a good learning tool.
Yeah,
I'm grateful for that. Yeah,
and that's why we're doing this as well. You know, these conversations, we're going over them, not to moan about anybody, just to point out to people that, you know, there are different talking points. There's different ways you can go around conversations, and we will be doing loads more of them. It does seem to figure a lot with me, but I mean, Elder Bear's coming in here, like Elder Bear said. There are other people that are out there, Torah, Gilly. You know, these conversations, we learn from each other. There's different tactics, different styles. People can push conversations in different directions, and it's all worth listening to and going over, because we can learn from it. If that's what you're choosing to do, which most of us here, let's face it, we're after communicating with people more effectively, and this is the way we learn.
I'm excited for the journey.
Yeah.
Cool. You're welcome. Thank you.
So if anybody's out there, and I'm being serious about this, if you want to come on these journeys and these discussions, that it's not like you hear in other rooms. This particular Discord that we're in here, I don't think can be replicated anywhere else on Discord. And if it can be, somebody let me know. Because I want to be there. I want to be able to talk to the people in that room. Because I know I can.
If you hear about us before you come here and you get put off, you know, don't do that. Because that was the reason I came. Because they said, don't go and speak to Bev. You know, I didn't know Bev. I didn't know who he was. He wasn't a big name. He wasn't around the, you know, people I was listening to. I just heard his name every now and again. And don't go and speak to him. And I did, you know, I kind of went to look, who is this guy? And then, you know,
end up talking about the trivium or the quadrivium or Euclid, where you might actually learn something, not just slander other people.
Yeah.
Or when we got into Introduction to Philosophy, that was fantastic shit too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, fine. No, I mean, I gave my, my online VC virginity to OTL. This was the first place I spoke on the internet to anybody in a group, that I didn't know anything. This was the first place I came, and it felt right because it felt right. It felt, I'd listened to lots of videos before I ever came here. I knew kind of what was going on in a sense of. I found it very funny. It's like watching Monty Python, listening to Monty Python or some British comedy. A lot of the stuff I listened to, it was just, it was incredible. I thought, So I'm glad it came, but don't believe Crit and all those people who tell you, we're banning people and, well, and all that kind of stuff, and that we're strange, weird kind of cult. I mean, that's just totally ridiculous.
It's because we've got arguments that they can't cope with, obviously, and once they become explained to people and more people hear them, these guys are going to have bigger and bigger problems. Their problems only compound, whereas we're just talking about reality. There's nothing to fear about any of these conversations that we're having. Please do come in. Go on. Sorry.
They call themselves truth seekers, yet they never want to talk about reality. In my opinion, the truth lies there. It's in the reality. So if they truly meant what they say when they are truth seekers, they would have no issue having these conversations.
Yeah.
Agreed. So please come into the Discord. Every new voice. You don't have to come and talk on the live. Come in at some other time when we're not live. Please, just come in and have a chat.
Why are you arguing with me?
It's
Hang on.
not like this.
10 minutes ago, they didn't work. Why has he suddenly changed?
I don't know.
In one hand, they weren't working. All of a sudden, they're globe numbers, and now they are working. Well, what happened? Did someone hit the reset button on him?
I got no idea what happened, but I'm speechless right now.
That's crazy. Anyway, it seems we've got a few other persons in here. Let's have a look up the list.
Elderbear is muted.
We've got Spitz. We've got Rebels. Jojo.
I'm in there, obviously.
Hollywood's
don't get mentioned.
been throwing their voice out. C4. Grog. Anthony Burrows.
Bev, try thinking.
If any one of you guys would like to ask a question, you are more than welcome to do so. If you want to put forward a claim, excellent. Step right up to the plate. Show us what you've got.
Yeah, anything globe would be highly recommended to throw out about now.
Nothing. Have to unmute Elderbear.
Well, that was a big letdown.
Yeah. It's my voice. I sound too aggressive. Even T-Dub got accused of it the other day. He's really nice.
I actually heard part of. I missed most of it, but I heard a little clip of that section of it when I was kind of in and out that day, and I caught a little bit of it, and I went, "Whoa, what?" It was funny.
Plumbob's a new guy, I think, but I mean, he sounds like he's got a bit of a senior role.
Probably the two calmest guys around.
One of them had was it last week? One of them had a whinge about Cyclone. Of all the people, like there's a couple of guys that are super chill, and Cyclone is like, if he's not at the top of the list, he's at least second. And they're like, I don't like this guy. He's not good to talk to. And it's like, what? He's like one of the best of all of the guys I've heard speaking. You're talking about
That was nuts. Yeah, I saw that was in one of our back channels. mod stuff there. I saw that. It's like, oh my God, that was pretty phenomenal.
And that's what I saw that and went, well, I'm glad you haven't spoken to me then.
Yeah. Glad I didn't spit.
That's what they say, right? I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, ask just a real simple question. What is space?
It's the final frontier.
So like over here or over there? I don't like, I'm standing in my living room and I don't know which direction to turn to get there.
I'm just saying, if I was building rocket ships, I'd probably
Gotta bring a hat or
space when I did something
It's
more
boring
elaborate
stuff.
and visually stunning.
There we go.
On the other hand, it's kind of funny just to kind of laugh at all of that stuff, just how ridiculous it actually is.
Yeah, I know. I was a huge fan of all that stuff, and I'm still a big fan, but just for other reasons, for entertainment purposes now.
It's kind of a letdown, isn't it?
Huge. I've always wanted to be an astronaut.
I'm probably older than you, but I kind of grew up with like the old original Star Trek, and Jesus, I used to
Space
just love
Talk.
watching that as a kid. And there's some
They are
streaming
completely
channel that I found
failing
that broadcasts it.
in ethos. Like ethos is being morality and credibility. They completely fail when they're making arguments. And how they treated Elder Bear right there was that they started jiggling around. It was like being in the middle of a square somewhere in Europe and somebody's playing a shell game. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball in reality? And then they jumped to measured miles, nautical miles, statute miles, the math of the miles, the math of the globe, the math of the flat earth. And, nobody could follow what they were talking about. It's just like, and they were talking back, and then they made each other's claims elderbear's claims. It's just, these are mentally handicapped people. They do not know how to make an argument. It's just funny.
Well, these are the leaders of flat. I mean, they say they won't be leaders of the flat Earth, and they're not really noted in any sort of a flat Earth documentary or whatever. McTooney doesn't even recognise these guys on his Flurf wiki. None of the globe debunking teams ever bother about this crew of flat earthers, but they consider themselves at the pinnacle, like Nathan Oakley, the tip of the spear. That's what these guys think they are. They think these are the ones that make all of the arguments. These are the leaders in the community of flat earth. Yet all of the flat earthers, every one of them, ever since TFE, the final experiment, they've been at each other's throats. They're all in their own little camps. It's shown just how fragmented the flat earthers all are. They can't come together. We've been watching it for years. They say it's sat on the fence, but we're not sat on the fence. We're just sat in reality wondering what these people are doing. They've got nothing. It's embarrassing.
They're just stagnating in mental development. They can't grow out of the box. They're just stuck doing the same thing over and over and over again, talking about the same thing over and over, like in a mental institution. It's crazy. And when people see it, it takes a while to see it because you kind of get spirited because you choose a side. And once you're in the game, it's like watching football or whatever. You get invested in it. And it's really hard, especially for a weak mind, to go into these arenas and think that they're going to learn something new. But every time you start speaking about reality and what is real, nothing makes sense when you ask them a clear question, or there's no actual knowledge to be observed, in my opinion. It's very strange.
Yeah. Looks like Tina's upset us with arguments, saying the arguments don't mean anything. Well, I mean, they may not mean anything to you because you're not used to making the arguments. But when you make these arguments and present them, it's a different thing altogether. And since most people don't have arguments, they've never made arguments, they've never directed the arguments towards some sort of proof, then it doesn't mean much. We've always said that. It doesn't, this isn't ever going to be one of the mass followed channels. There's, people aren't going to get this. There's not many people. This is a bridge that not many will cross. But we can only put it out there in hopes that people will listen, and maybe they may get a glimpse of some of the logos, the logic that's being around. But the arguments are very valuable to us anyway. So I mean, come in and have a chat. I think if you're in this arena, you have to be able to take on an argument.
Yeah, it is interesting. Tina's perspective is that there's one's mind imagines the whole world. That I can't tell. I just asked if she was saying that there can be no objective reality.
Yeah, I don't imagine the whole. I can't ever put myself in that position. I can't.
No, but I mean, when you step outside your door, I mean, to me, that's reality. Like I can look outside my window right now and I see a tree and I can walk up to the tree and touch the tree. I'm just wondering if Tina thinks that that's imagined and someone else may or may not see the tree or may not be able to touch it. Maybe reality is the difficult word here for some people.
Yeah, the VR aspect. That it's only there for you because you're looking at it. It may not be there for anybody else.
Yeah, or to your point that maybe to some people reality is the whole, and you have to have some view of what the whole is in order to comment on reality. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. That's why I asked her.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're upset, Tina. Nobody's saying that. It's like Kevin says, it's an interesting point that, what made you stop arguing? Stop making arguments. Because most people in this arena, you'd have to say that most people don't actually have an argument. Not, these guys haven't got one. They can't even rebut any of the arguments that have been presented to them. The only rebuttal they seem to have is that's not an argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say that, maybe an exercise is who cares who accepts or doesn't accept an argument.
Yeah.
Are you capable of making one? An actual argument, not like when people say I'm making an argument in this arena or other arenas and they're just bickering or they're making a statement. A statement's not an argument. An argument is a logical form. And yeah, I mean, how long has it been, Bev, since we got on the logic thing and we had the first logic nights? I think it's been like, 4 years now?
Yeah.
Maybe longer than that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it again. Even though it is so basic and all of that, it's always worth going back over those sort of things.
Yeah, because the idea of an actual argument is a mind exercise. Can you actually put together premises and come to conclusions? Do you know what an enthymeme is? What's the value of an enthymeme? Why would you ever want to use one? Do you know what a modus tollens is, a modus ponens? What's the difference? These are Well, they might not be interesting to a lot of people. They probably aren't. But to us, I think, very interesting stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've got a series of arguments put together. I'm hoping to do a more relatable series of arguments than are already out there for people. But I mean, maybe just triggering to too many people. I mean, it obviously is, as you'll hear. All right, okay, carry on with this for a bit.
24/7. So I watch Star Trek all day long. Well, not all day long, but I put it on for
the original sci-fi.
Start talking about Star Trek for a bit.
Measurements that you're referring to. All of this stuff comes from the globe. They all come from the globe. They all come from the way that the globe was engineered.
They correlate with reality, don't they? They correlate with reality.
Well, Elder Bear, what else do you have, dude? Do you have any like other good stuff?
69 miles. 69 miles per 1 degree. It correlates with reality.
Okay,
These are measured in reality. You can do that yourself.
So
you can do
that's
it yourself.
Yeah, and you can go and test it and see if it works. If it works, it's proof
that's in
that
reality,
the globe works. If it doesn't,
no.
So look, again, this is a guy from 24/7. If 69 miles and 1 degree, he's saying, then the globe works. Like, nobody's saying that. We're just saying these are things you can do in reality. It's not a false dichotomy thing. It's got nothing to do with that. This is something you can do in reality. Listen to this again.
You do it yourself.
Yeah, and you can go and test it and see if it works. If it works, it's proof
that's in
that
reality,
the globe works. If it doesn't,
no.
If it doesn't work, then the globe doesn't work. It's a globe measurement. I don't know why you're hung up on that.
I'm with you. I'm not. I'm with you. Right. So if you measure an angle to Polaris, an elevation angle to Polaris, all right, and you get 69 miles per degree, that's 69 flat miles, horizontal and all that. And then you've got 90 degrees between the North Pole and the equator. So that's 90 linear, straight line from the North Pole to the equator of 90 times 69 miles. So on the flat Earth,
but you know what?
6,210 miles to the equator.
The distance to the equator, is also 10 million meters. Did you not know that? That's another measurement.
No, that's on the outside. That's the globe. That's the globe on the outside and arc. We don't want that. Straight lines aren't curved, are they?
Oh, so now you're trying to
mathematically
now you're trying to do flat stuff and not round stuff.
Good Lord.
I'm trying to figure out where you're at.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I know.
Do you not see the problem? Do you not see the problem here, Elder Bear?
No, this is.
He's changed the units of measure, and it's all different somehow.
It's a flat Earth for you.
All right, Elder Bear. You have all these measurements and everything, and they have all these scientists, and if they're all right, and all this other shit, like, when are they going to do something with it?
So is the 69 miles curved or flat miles, horizontal miles? What do you reckon? I mean, it's a mathematical linear operation.
They would be flat, okay, because all miles and kilometers are all.
So we have 69 flat miles per degree.
That's what
we've been told. 90 of those from the North Pole to the equator.
Elder Bear.
That's
what we've been told, Elder Bear.
So he's saying that's what they've been told. But you can check this 16. Oh, well, these are Australians. But you notice there's no Americans in there to say, well, yeah, actually, that is right. That's what we do. 69 miles. I mean, that's what we've been talking about for ages. We measure our circles of equal altitude using this number.
That one guy.
My fault. Sorry, go on. Go on, Tara.
I was gonna say that one guy had to remember the Oakley script there. Oh, miles? Yeah, that means it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my fault. They were given them and they chose to use them. They just applied them to the flat version. if that's what they've done, that's what they've done. Again, it's not my problem really. It's what they said. They're just saying, they're flat, not curved miles. So, okay, I'm with you. Could have checked though.
Yeah, well, at least you got the numbers out there.
Yeah.
You were allowed to give some numbers.
Pull up.
You just
That's
said it
what we have been told.
But you accept in reality. That's what it is in reality. 69 miles per degree.
No, nobody's no
Oh, you
one
don't?
here said that. Nobody here said
But it can
that.
be.
That's
Right, so nobody there has said the 69 miles. So nobody there has ever bothered to verify this number that they've used for over 10 years. It's been used within celestial navigation. It's used within mapping. It's like it's known for all of the latitude lines. Anyone who knows this sort of stuff, it's a standard thing. But none of these guys have ever checked it. So you can't bring it up in an argument because they've never checked it. They don't know if it's a real thing or not. But you can't even suggest that they could check it because they're Australians. They don't know how to check it. Feel sorry for them. We have said this a few times. Maybe over a week we've been saying. So if there's anybody who can bring relief to the Australian guys for how they can check this 69 miles for themselves to verify it, although it possibly around a different star, making different concentric circles. But I mean, so be it. At least they'll be able to check the 69 miles to 1 degree. Confirm it for themselves.
But you can verify it for yourself.
That's what we have been told.
You can verify it for yourself.
Wait, how do we verify
it for
yourself?
You're
We're
not interested.
Elder
I thought you were here
we
for the
don't
truth.
care. Maybe it's 75 miles. Maybe it's 52.
Well,
we don't care. You care. You have a problem with it, not us.
Well,
see, this is the thing again. He thinks it's a problem. Being able to verify it for yourself is not a problem. That's how we gain knowledge for checking these things.
Yeah, and it's really strange that these are the people that are talking about the place that we all live, but yet balk at the idea of going out from the place that you live and checking about the thing that you're living on. Right?
Yeah.
It's really weird. You'd rather sit on an internet in an internet chat room talking about these things, but when someone comes and says, "Hey, could we actually do this?" and I don't know if you're going to get to Tora's part, but Tora's going to say we could go check this stuff out. We could get the community to go do this. It'll tell us more about, maybe a little bit more about the place that we live, and none of these people want it. It's almost like they really don't want to know what reality is, what the world really is, what their world really is, what their observations could be. It's almost like they really don't want to know. They just want to sit in the chat rooms and, I don't know, get triggered. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's...
seems to be putting
go on.
Sorry, he seems to be putting sort of energy and passion into not wanting to know. We don't care. It's your problem. It's the globe problem. It's not ours. He's not putting any energy into checking it and go, I guess they know.
Well, they've seen an argument. They've seen an argument right now. They can't verify any of the facts in the argument because they know the outcome of the argument.
Yeah.
That's the power of an argument. That
And then if they do go out in reality and find 69 miles per 1 degree, they have to apply it to something, don't they?
Yeah.
And then they're going to have this 6,210 mile radius.
Yeah, even if it's from a different pole star, right? It's different concentric circles, but the argument still applies. It's still the same thing.
Yeah.
They can think of it as two completely separate arguments, one for the north and one for the south. It doesn't really matter because this only goes from here to the equator. That's it. and yet that occurs
Yeah.
in two places. I mean, the southern guys could falsify it, couldn't they? They could say, "Oh, that only
Yeah.
applies for the north. That's only for you guys, not us. It's different over
Yeah.
here." But it doesn't
Yeah,
seem
so I
that they
just find
even
it
want to do
fascinating
that.
yeah, I just find it fascinating they haven't put this together.
Yeah.
That the guys from the south haven't realised they're in a no man's land of nothingness. They're not included. Nobody's kind of, does it dawn on anybody to say, what about us? It's all right for you up to the equator, you guys, you got it made.
Yeah. How did we get our latitudes?
What are we going to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are we going to say if somebody came and asked? They won't ask, just, just snoot them. I just think after 10 years, it's taken me, I'm kind of thinking, why did it take me so long to work out some of this stuff? And it takes a while. I mean, I don't do it 24 hours a day. It's not a job. I could have spent more time investigating it and all that, but it's come piece by piece, little by little, and some light's been shone on it. I think, and I've had a lot of help. I've had a lot of help as well, with you guys here and just ways of thinking and lateral thinking, all sorts of things. So I'd been longer probably on my own. But yeah, I think God, it took me 2 years. And these guys have been around for 10 years, and they're leading this conversation. With they appear in the beginning to have some knowledge, some expertise. They realise they've got nothing. And that's what gets interesting. You start poking at nothingness. They've got nothing to come back. Kind of like, hey, this is very interesting.
Yeah. What happens when you find out your shadow casters were bullshitting?
Yeah.
What what happens when you find that? I find most people think they get aggressive that they've been lied to. Most people do. That's what they think. Everybody's lied to them and all of that. Well, perhaps they didn't lie to you. Perhaps you took on something that wasn't true.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a lie. You've just listened to people that, didn't really know what they were talking about.
I was just wondering, in terms of Plato's cave, if there was an element in there where the shadow casters were exposed by somebody, like the Emperor's New Clothes. Was there anything in there? I can't remember.
No, it's all about your personal journey and your shadows, right? It's not about the people that are doing it. But I mean, in the background, there is an unease that somebody is giving the people the shadows, right? There are obviously people that are casting the shadows, but somebody gives them the shadows to cast. They don't make them up. Somebody else is giving them to them.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's a mirror of the human condition. What happens in this situation when the shadow casters are found out or exposed? What they do, what to the people or to those dissenters. I mean, we can imagine. Imagine this dystopian things going on. I kind of see it. I do see it. I see mirrors in this arena, quote unquote, whatever it is. As I've said before, the mirrors of the establishment, mirrors of society that wants to silence and shut down anybody who might speak out against them or sit on the steps of Parliament and protest or chain themselves to railings and do non-violent, protests, and get dragged away and what have you, whatever that we've seen in society. So I do see those things happening, similar mirror of things, hierarchies and establishment, and that kind of thing. So, yeah, maybe this is what people do in these situations. I mean, it's only this. I've yet to see how this is going to turn out because it's early days. I don't know what might happen in the next little while, as a fallout or what the impact of this truly will be. And maybe you've had that, Bev, and you've experienced it already, but I haven't. I don't mind being cast out. It's no big deal.
Well, I mean, like we've always done, when you get cast out, all you do is you focus your energies on arguments that, to balance the mind when you're there. They only get stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
There's some really fun times coming for those of us that make arguments, and obviously this stuff's been burning down for a while. I mean, they've been burning it themselves. They've caused themselves problems by not accessing reality, and that is shown here. They can't even measure a distance or an angle.
Well, that's because you're giving me the numbers to think about. And I found a problem with the numbers. That's all.
They're not our numbers.
Numbers.
They're not our numbers.
You said the globe gave them to you.
Numbers. Those are globe numbers. If you have a problem with these numbers come from globers. So you have a problem with globers. You do not have a problem with flat earthers, because flat earthers do not have these numbers. These are just numbers that were given to flat earthers by globers. Do you understand that, Elder Bear?
Again, though, why not go out and
I
test
understand
it?
that they work in reality,
right?
And you can do that in reality. So if they're flat miles,
so then we don't have a.
See, he thinks it's been given to him by globers, but I can guarantee you it was 10th man. Brian's logic. There's videos on their channels. You can do it yourself. Now, does that make you a glober? By saying, "Oh, I verified it." Yeah, it definitely works. Oh, fine for me.
Yeah, I've been around relatively short time, and I've never had a glober tell me that, give me that number. I've only heard them talk in a rebuttal to a flat earther talking about it. I've only ever received that instruction about this is how you do it. This is how you create a flat earth. I've only truly ever heard it from flat earthers. So, it's not a globe issue. Because I can make the numbers fit geometrically in that model. Whether it's true or not is another thing. But these numbers don't add up. So I don't have a problem with the numbers. It's not at all. I don't at all.
Yeah.
Just somebody's made a claim. Measure this, get this distance. There's so many of parts of it. They add up to this, but we never thought about it. We have a line, a circle, and not my fault.
Yeah.
They didn't
Reality is as it is, right? I don't build a model around my reality. Yeah. It's still exactly the same as what it is. All of the proofs that I have exist within reality. Like if you want to make a model about it, then fine. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. That's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it could be a bit of engineering. And somebody comes up with this idea and I say, that ain't going to work. That's not going to work. That arm's too long. It won't go around the wheel there. It's too long. And the C's up on the other side. It needs to be shorter. It's just not going to go around like, where that piece connected to the wheel. It's just not going to happen. You need to shorten that. Oh, yeah, it will. Okay, go on then. Get on with it. Doesn't work. Told you it didn't. There you go. Let's try again. It's as simple as that, really. It's not my fault. I just could see that the arm was too long.
Problem.
And you have a
if
radius.
it works in reality, we don't have a problem then? Are you saying it all works? Is that what you're saying? It all works?
Hang on. If it works in reality on flat Earth, then you have a radius from the North Pole to the equator, 6,210 miles. And then with that radius, you have a circumference of the equator.
You have a
problem.
They don't even say it.
Sorry about the
flat
Earth measurement, 69 miles per degree. You said
it's not a flat Earth
elevation angles.
It's approximate, and it can vary.
And look at that again, Plum Bob. He has reset back to they're our numbers. They're our numbers. What did I say earlier? It's like a broken record.
So he's saying that they're not flat earth measurements. Like, maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to verify it, because he doesn't think they're flat earth. If these are measurements that you take in reality, and he thinks reality is a flat earth, why can they not be his? They're all over the place. They're messed up.
Yeah. Because a little while he said they were globe numbers and they were real. I said, oh, so now you're admitting you live on a globe. But if they're real and they live on a flat earth, they must relate to that too. It's either one or the other. I think I say, you got your 69 miles. It's up to you. You decide whether they're flat or curved. Not my problem. If there's 69 miles in reality, then you work out how you're going to make them fit into your model.
Total reset. They're not our numbers. Those are globe numbers. That's what we've been given. We're the ones that are questioning. We're the ones questioning all of this, and we're getting shit on because we're asking questions about the stuff that makes no sense.
Right there. Right. So they're asking questions, but they're not asking questions because you're not saying anything. You're saying you can check this, providing you can find somewhere else to derive latitude from other than Polaris. Because obviously, if you can see Polaris, then you can do this. If you're in the south, use another star. We have been told that you can use a different star. It does generate another circle, things that you might have to justify some other way, but you can check it. Nobody's saying you can't. And you shouldn't be asking questions of the people that are saying to you, you can check this for yourself. There's no point asking them questions until you've checked it for yourself. I can't see what the problem is. Surely this is base sort of reasoning that, like really simple operations here that you should be able to go through for yourself. Check it. If it can be checked by you, then check it for yourself and then comment on whatever it is. Don't question the people that are saying that you can check it for yourself. It just doesn't make sense. But hey, isn't that globe?
Yeah. If they have a circumference of 24,901, as I've heard them say, it's the same as the globe, and they have these flat Earth distances per 1 degree, it has to be 44 miles to fit that circumference, not 69. It has to be 44 miles per degree to fit that circumference. So 44 is way off 69. If they were told it was 69, but they know it was 44, should be 44, they should have been asking more questions. I'd have heard about this. Hang on, it's not 69, it's 44. Can't be 69. You'd have heard this number everywhere. That would be the question they would be asking. We're trying to find out. We've got problems with it. We've been asking the question. I know they've been using the same numbers. Think they're coming up with the same. Go on.
Or put the equator at 57 degrees.
Yes, yeah.
But it does.
True enough,
It's bigger problems if your concentric circles extend beyond there into the southern regions. That causes problems also. Because that means that the southern regions would have to derive their latitudes from the north somehow. But I've not heard anybody say that yet from the southern. But I mean, that's up to the guys that live there. I don't live there. I wouldn't know how to verify it or anything because I don't live there. We're going to have to trust the people that live in that area. Now, we've tried to talk to Flatsoid. He's not even bothered. Obviously, these guys are getting really upset about not being able to check it for themselves or some sort of the globe measurements, even if they were to check them. they'd be verifying the globe or something. It seems what they're saying. So I understand their reluctance to do it, seeing as they think they are globe numbers and these are flat earthers. Weird scenario, but they've put themselves there.
And they
That's
don't
why I
even
shut it down earlier.
and they don't even agree that it works perfectly on their model. What the heck?
Yeah, that's why I shut it
Most-
down earlier before he even
most
gets
of
his
them-
measurement.
Most of them don't even know what their model is. Now, to be fair, there are no models. There is no globe model. There's no flat Earth model. There's no model like that that exists. So that's just another.
Another ridiculous claim that there's no model. But I mean, I suppose that's a new rhetoric that comes out from these guys now with you can't measure 69 miles and you can't measure an angle, and you know, I don't know what's happening.
Stupid argument thing of, oh yeah, well, you and your model, that's all they got.
Well, as far as I know, it was people like Brian's Logic and 10th Man, flat earthers, who gave you that number.
Excellent.
That's what you
Go
ran
and talk
with.
to them. Take it
Yeah.
up with them.
And again, Elder
That's
Bear,
what we wanted.
you're just being so stupid here because now you've gone up the ladder. But guess where these people got those numbers from? They got it from the globe. That's where those numbers come from. It doesn't matter where you go up this list, all these numbers came from the same place. So you can call up anybody you want, anywhere along the list, pick anyone you want, maybe pick all of them, and go and have an argument with them. The problem is they all get the numbers from the same location. They're all globe numbers, and you have a problem with the globe. And
So is this man saying that Brian's Logic and 10th Man introduced globe numbers into this thing that you can check for yourself? Because I'd say that's an admission, right? From this guy in the 24/7 flat earth room, he's stating that if you verify these numbers, then they've come from the globe. I'll go back once again. Is this that plumb bob? I think it is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, listen.
the problem is they all get the numbers from the same location. They're all globe numbers, and you have a problem with the globe, and you're trying to make it our problem. It's not going to fly here.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, if these measurements can be done in reality, all we've got to
They
come
can't
down
be.
to, are they flat Earth miles or are they curved miles?
They're not.
Now, if they're
They're-
flat
they're-
miles, then you have 69 per degree.
How did you get your
flat
angle in the
miles,
first place? How did you get your angle in the first place, Elder?
And then
You're
that's how
worried
you
about
derive
the
your flat
measurements.
Earth
I
proof.
made this quite clear earlier. You're too busy skipping the first step to even understand it. Number
Get an
one,
angle.
if you are
an
generating
angle.
an angle, you need two
Yep.
straight lines. Do you agree
Yep.
with this? Yes or no?
Yep. So will
Excellent.
you know,
So where in that is
Very
your
aggressive.
linear measurement? Please, where in
Yeah,
my
here we go.
statement of you need two straight lines in order to make the angle is your 69 miles that you keep coming, nautical miles, sorry, that you keep coming up with? Where is that?
that can be done in reality. It's linear, you know.
So
you measure
what
an
you're
angle,
saying is,
and then you move
I
away.
never said anything, and he's going to do the old talk through again. What you're saying is, I never mentioned anything about 69 nautical miles in my statement of needing two straight lines to generate an angle. That is very straightforward, and everyone heard it. Elder Bear, quit with your bullshit, mate. If you've got a problem with Brian's Logic or QE or Jedi or whoever the shit told you these 60 nautical miles, go and have it out with them. We don't care. The reason I personally don't care is I don't care if it's 60 miles, 6,000 miles, or 6.2 miles. You have skipped the first part of needing two straight lines to get the angle. That's the problem. You don't get angles off a curved surface. For some reason, you don't like that bit. You just keep jumping straight to whinge about measurements.
They keep saying this. You can stand on a curved surface and measure an angle. It's not really a problem. I think what the problem is here is there's a group of people that have never actually done anything. He's working from word of mouth and particular non-argumentative techniques where they batter people with these things. But this man has never measured an angle with a sextant or anything in the vertical plane. Because you can be stood on anything. You can stand on the roof of your house and measure the angle. What he thinks it is, it just isn't. And it would have been shown by him measuring the angle, but he's obviously never done this. He's using a talking point that's been given to him by other people that have never measured an angle also. And they've been doing it for years, particularly 2 years. Nathan Oakley has led these group of people into a statement where they say the earth is measured flat by measuring an angle. Now, that incessant nonsense that they keep doing, they keep saying it, has led to somebody making an argument that states if the earth is measured flat. And that's what they're running from now. They literally can't measure the measurements taken in reality. And it's only measuring an angle. Like, measuring an angle in the vertical plane does not prove that the earth's flat. That's perhaps one of the most ridiculous claims that have ever been said by anyone. And anyone that thinks it's got any sort of validity in any debate structure has got to be joking. But this guy is showing you how the flat earthers in particular use this thing to batter people with. Well, it doesn't work when you've got an argument to present. And this is where we are. Aggressive Australians that have never measured an angle, trying to use an angle measurement to prove something. It's sad. But it is 2025, and this is where we are.
That means nothing to me because I don't even need to measure anything except for the angle, which I know we need two straight lines.
Okay, as I said, you've retreated to the angle. But, it's a mathematical linear.
We don't need the measurement. Elderbear, we don't need the measurement. You can pace it out. You can elephant it out. We don't care. You don't need the measurement. You need two straight lines. If you've got a curved surface, you ain't getting angle measurements. You have failed. Do you comprehend that?
Well, it seems like you've been selling a sort of
Not
globe
well.
flat earth mix.
No. Elderbear, you're Elderbear. Stop this. This is getting stupid. Can you give me the definite Elderbear?
I've given you your elevation angle. I've given it to you.
Elderbear, I want to have
that's what you say in your
conversation with
calculation.
you.
That's fine.
Elderbear, I want to have a conversation with you. Can you tell me?
Got the shadow mask on, all right? I can't be affected by the shadows here.
Elderbear, do you need to be muted because this is stupid?
You keep muting me.
Conversation.
How do you get a linear
Elderbear? Oh my gosh.
Yes,
Elderbear, can you tell me the definition of an angle? That's all I want to know. The definition of an angle. One question, answer the question. I'll listen to your answer and we will move on. Okay?
Two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Okay, we're done. You need two straight lines meeting at a vertex, and that
and
is an angle. Okay, so we're done here.
why are we done? What have you proved there?
You just measured flat Earth.
Where did your mic? I didn't hear your mic drop.
You just measured flat Earth.
No, he's not joking when he says that. He is literally isn't joking. Definition
I didn't hear
9,
your mic
book
drop.
1.
Oh my gosh. Measure an angle. If you can measure an angle, Earth is flat.
Yeah. Tell me the definition of an angle. Boom, we're done. Thank you very much. Like,
but the consequences.
But
the consequences of a flat Earth. Yeah, the consequences of the Earth being flat, though, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, don't want to make a measurement.
We won't talk about the consequences of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just sitting back, eating my breakfast and chilling. So I had a bit of a mouthful as I was talking. It was quite amusing as I remember it, you know, sitting there thinking, yep, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Yep, there you go. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So really, it was over and done with it. Definition 9, book 1, Euclid, 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they say everybody measured, you know, the globe back then, but no. Like, I mean, it's done within a definition of an angle, plane rectilinear angle. Obviously, in the vertical plane, because I mean, I don't think you'd be able to do it, measure an angle in the horizontal plane, or, you know, some sort of a slope angle, rise over run or anything like that. I'm not too sure whether that would show, but, you know, just an angle.
Yeah, like, what would you reference for that? Yeah, I hear you.
But I mean, it gets even worse, right? Because Elder Bears spotted the problem. Not surprisingly. I don't know who else whether spotted this one. But, you know, so here we go.
If you're going to use two straight angles or two straight lines with an angle, it's flat. You can't have it any other way. That's what you got. You just created it.
An angle doesn't make anything flat.
There you go.
Because Elder Bear, we're using the angle in reference to the surface of the Earth. So if we're going to use it in reference to the surface of the Earth, we're using it as a flat horizontal plane. And you have a problem with that, not us. You have a problem with it.
So now he's referencing it to a horizontal somehow. The angle that he's just got the definition of. This is what people are going to have to sort of get ready. Because this is only going to get stronger. Because this is all they've got. They don't have the 69 miles now. There's a complication with the 69 miles. So they won't want to talk about the distance in relation to the angle. They've only got the angle. But,
and as we've said for years now, what have we said for years? You can do fuck all with an angle, but not with these guys. You can tell all sorts of shit about the place that you live with an angle.
Well, that's what 10th Man and Nathan Oakley said, that you can measure an angle to Polaris. Right? Yes. So there's a specific light in the sky now that you can do, because Nathan Oakley and QE, they are their Lord and Master within all of this. These are the references that they go to. I've got a recording of Nathan Oakley. I mean, it's a well-known one where Nathan called us all sorts of names like he does.
Yeah, but they've truncated that now, right? Even Nathan has truncated it now to angle, therefore Earth is flat.
Yeah,
you don't even need the angle to Polaris anymore. You just get any angle anywhere, Earth is flat.
Yeah, but then they relate it to a horizontal somehow as well.
Yes.
You know, that's step 2 that they don't really tell you about. They keep that hidden, as they did. But I mean, again, there's even more complications, because what they're dealing with here, I think I was pointing this out to Elder Bear as well while we're going through this. This isn't just a normal conversation and an argument. We're dealing with geometric facts here. All of these numbers and angles and things can be verified. They have a backing within a understanding of geometry. Now, if you're using Euclidean geometry, there's a proof system to be able to be gained through all of these facts. Whenever you mention anything, distance, angles, relationship between lines and points, form, all of that, it's all governed in a book with mathematics. Provable. You can't really get out of it. And being ignorant of the facts or the measurements or any of the geometry doesn't really help you in a real debate scenario. But these guys aren't playing in a real debate scenario. These guys are playing in fantasy land, and they have been for years. We've been trying to tell them about problems that they're going to be facing, and here they are. And look how they're facing them. They're just denying it. This isn't going to get any better for these guys because, you know, we've been talking about this sort of stuff. We have. These guys won't allow it. Hard times coming.
2 lines, 3 points. 2 lines, 3 points. That's what you got for an angle.
You just
What? How
want to
does that
skip
prove
right
flat
over the
Earth?
whole point.
How does
You
how do
you
3
want
points,
you
2
want
straight lines? Hang on.
you want to
How do
skip
3 points and 2 straight lines prove flat?
you just want to skip over the fact that what we're trying to do is measure the Earth. So what we're trying to do. We're trying to measure the Earth. Whether you want your 69 69 statute miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree, we're still trying to measure the damn Earth. And you won't even look at the Earth that you're trying to measure. You don't understand that part. You're standing on the horizontal plane
He's
when you're
never
taking the
measured anything.
measurements.
Actually, Plum Bob, I'm going to go against that. I am of the understanding he knows exactly what we're talking about. That's why he's a pain in the ass and skips all around it.
No shit.
I think Elder Bear does point it out, but what you're stood on while you're holding a sextant measuring an angle makes no difference to the angle that you're measuring at all. Because the angle measuring tool is at your eye. It's not where your feet are. It bears no relation to it whatsoever. And again, if they'd have ever measured an angle for themselves, they'd understand that. But they haven't. None of them. And he keeps saying they're trying to measure the Earth, but nobody's ever measured anything. None of them have measured an angle. And they can't measure distances. So what are they saying? Like, what sort of argument are these people actually using? I'd say this is an argument from ignorance that these people are playing. And if you take an argument from ignorance from a fool like these guys, then, I mean, who is the fool? But these have got mute buttons. They've got traps set for people. Hopefully we can make people aware of them. The tricks that they play. I mean, they are flat earthers playing these things. But, I mean, it is ridiculous and it's worth laughing at.
No, they were the numbers you gave me.
I think so.
And I said, if I give you your elevation angle for your flat Earth, then you have 69
Then that's
miles
game
per
over.
1 degree.
That's game over.
And then you
Stop.
have,
Elder Bear,
no, for
this
you,
is where you need to get it through your head.
69
That's where
flat
it
miles.
stops. He's not even fucking listening. This is where you failed.
69 times 90, 6,000.
As soon as you say, I've got an angle, you're not having a curved surface. Game over. So any numbers that you bring up after the I've generated an angle means fuck all. Please understand that. Don't just do the old, hopefully if I say it 9 times, they'll believe me.
6,210.
All we're interested in, have you generated an angle? Yes or no? Yes?
69 miles.
Excellent. Flat surface.
And a big thing
That's
here
it.
too is that you're bringing up these numbers and you have a problem with them. You have a problem. You're going that these are so many statute miles and yada, yada, yada.
Look, I think I don't know whether I'm speaking for Elderbear, but if the measurements are taken in reality, I don't have a problem with them at all.
No, I said I don't have a problem with them.
Yeah.
You know, he's getting it wrong. You know, the argument is just addressing the claim. It's, you know, I'm not disputing them. I'll take them if that's what they say. I'll take the elevation angle. Fine. That proves flat Earth. Fine, because it has to fit with the argument. Has to fit with your measurements. You said it does. You said you have needed an elevation angle to prove the Earth is flat. Then you got 69 miles. Yeah, okay. I didn't say it. I'm not saying it's true. You said that it has to be. Like Matrix is saying, you know, got to have this elevation angle, bosh, flat Earth straight away. Okay, if that's what you're saying. Then you get 69 miles for each of those angles. You know, but we're into measuring the angle. They haven't got a horizontal. Haven't got a flat Earth yet. But yes, another. You know, they seem to think I've got a problem. I don't have a problem with it. If it's there in reality, they're just telling me what they're doing with them, and fine, okay.
Yeah.
If it's wrong, you know, it's not my fault.
2 counter-rotating sun circles. Like, yeah. So I can't explain it. It's impossible to explain, but I'm not denying it. Things that are done in reality. This 1 degree for 69 miles, if that happens in reality, then that happens in reality. If the circumference of the equator is 24,000 miles in reality, then, I mean, you can say you've got a problem, but, I mean, pi's going to equal 2. There's no getting around it. There's a distance measured to the equator. If you're taking all of these variables and all of these things in, then you have to accept the reality of it, as ridiculous as it sounds. I think I've got a quote from Sagan about talking about these sort of things. But I mean, reality isn't going to change just because you can't comprehend it. Maybe it's been sent as a message. Maybe someone said, you're not going to be able to understand this, so give up trying.
That's you doing that. We don't have a problem with that. What we do as flat earthers is that we will look at elevation angles to celestial bodies in the sky and go, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do.
Cool.
You're trying to go, well, if this is that and that is this, then that's so many miles and that better be over here. And if you can't find it over here, you have a problem. We don't have a problem. That's not us. You have a problem with the globe. The globe doesn't work. So you got a problem with the globe people. I don't know why you're bugging us.
There's no
Can
problem.
someone real quick, either him or somebody else, explain briefly like what he's even trying to say, like just from the start?
Right, so this is one of their friends, let's say, who's coming in, and he's asking them to explain what's going on, like steelman it, if you will. And they can't explain it. Can't even explain Elderbear's argument. Because it's too painful for them. They do try a bit later on. But
I don't want to listen to her.
Silence.
But fair play. Since you're only new to this, Hollywood, I'm going to
have
unmute
to
and
unmute Elderbear. They're not going to
because
tell him.
Elderbear loves telling everyone this story. He's going to go through his whole 60 nautical mile argument from go to woe. He's not
Yeah.
going to sidestep and whinge about QE
There's no 60
or
nautical
Nathan
miles
or bloody
mentioned
Brian's
in
logic
the
or
argument.
Neil or any of the other bullshit that he normally carries on with. He's just going to tell you his argument.
Yeah, just dumb
Any
it down for
sidestepping,
me.
Elder Bear, I'm going to ute you.
Just dumb it down
all
for me.
yours.
Keep it brief, Elder Bear,
Tell
please.
you what, let's keep Elder Bear sort of on the ropes there. Tell you what, we've been given measurements of the Earth. Okay, that's what we've been given. We are flat earthers, and we do not agree with this stuff. But
let's say
we've
I
been
know nothing.
told. Okay, I'm taking it as so that you know nothing. And the way that I'm going to tell you the way that the Earth is actually measured. Okay, I'm going to start there so you can have an understanding of how the actual Earth is. Okay, you go outside, you look up at the stars. Okay, go outside at night, you look at the stars, and you take your arm and you put it straight out in front of you, straight out in front, far as flat as you can make it, and you got stars out at your fingertips, and raise your arm to goes up the top of your head, and you're probably going to have to do a little bit of a turnaround here because I don't know that your arm will quite bend this way, but you can go the other way to cover like a whole 180 degrees. Can you comprehend that?
No, this is already too complicated. So I'm going outside.
Right, so this Plumb Bob guy, I don't know, it seemed like he was trying to get him to do some sort of a mustachio man sort of maneuver with his arm. I don't know what for, but impressive. But it's too much for Hollywood. He's trying to work out what Elder Bear's argument is, and Elder Bear's argument has got nothing to do with waving your hand around at the sky ever. I mean, I don't know where he's getting it from, but it's not working anyway.
Why is that too complicated? You're outside, you're looking
I'm
at
sorry,
the stars.
I'm picking
your arm out
star.
front.
Like, what are we talking about? Polaris, or what are we saying?
Oh boy, no, I this isn't going to work because I don't think you're ready for a conversation like this to comprehend what's going on here.
I mean, if it's the problem I have with all of this, if it's too complicated, it doesn't make sense and it sounds bullshit.
No, it's because you're not even listening.
Okay.
You go outside, you look out on your front lawn, and you put your arm straight out in front of you. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you point your arm straight up in the air. Can you do that?
So I have a 90-degree angle with my arms, right?
Perfect. And then you can take your arm and you can, if you can bend it 90 degrees back the other way behind you. It's going to hurt, but you could go 180
I'll
degrees.
stand sideways. I'll stand sideways so I can do it.
So you can do 180 degrees.
Yes.
Okay. So that is the arc of the sky. There's
Right.
your celestial dome.
Correct.
That's it. That's your globe.
Did you get that? Wave your hand around, and then that's your dome or your globe, depending on
globe, he said,
whichever way you want to
That's
look
your
at
globe.
it. Yeah, that's your globe. So, I mean, anybody can get a globe. You want to get yourself a globe? Get outside, wave your arms around.
Your globe right there. That's your globe.
There you go.
Now, in the south, they have different stars that they see in the sky because that's the way it works. And they do the same thing. And they poke their arms straight out and twist it straight up and then straight back. And they see a dome and they see different stars. Those two domes of the different views of the different stars have been jammed together to create the globe that you probably believe in.
Right, he is saying to twin pole?
Yeah.
Flat Earth? Domes?
Yeah.
Is it?
Side
by side.
Two wavy arms jammed together.
Yeah. I mean, at least that's what I'm getting.
It could be like underneath. That's what I wondered.
Like
I just said,
like a
what,
bra model type thing.
Something I'm gonna say is booby arms.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what we're talking about here?
That's what I'm imagining.
World.
Yeah. Somebody's left a bra out and he's thinking, oh, that sounds like a pretty good model. I'll
Yeah,
we'll
I feel
use
right
that.
tit waving my arms
Yeah,
about.
I'll wave my arm inside there. Yeah. I suppose. I mean, you would look like a tit. So
Yeah.
I mean, it is pretty fitting. But
what are you doing out there, love? Globe, that is.
yeah.
Come in and have your tea.
Now, obviously, you could do this in reality as well and imagine the same sort of thing if you wanted to. I mean, it does work for the globe or in reality, right? You could do this and imagine this yourself. It's all personal preference. But I mean, why he won't allow Elderbear to present his actual argument in a sort of a normal way, and he's doing this. I mean, you would look stupid doing this.
The globe that you believe in is only a concept. It's not reality. You cannot touch the globe. It does not exist to have a tangible point of touch. Okay? It's just points in the sky to create a map, and that's what they did, and that's your globe.
Right, I have to point out as well. I mean, kids are in the school system, at least that I know. I mean, they've been given a globe as a child, right? The models, you see them in people's houses, you see them on TV programs. That's a globe. That is a tangible thing. It's a model that you can touch. Like, for him to say it's not real, it is very real to a lot of people. So, again, I can't understand what he's saying. I mean, obviously, it's not the thing that you're living on, but the thing that you're living on, that's tangible also. I can't understand why these guys try and do this. It just doesn't bear any relevance to people living in reality. When somebody like this says, waving your arms around, that's a globe, but the globe's not real. Doesn't make any sense.
I hope you understand that.
Trying to build a monopoly, I think.
What is he claiming now?
The map of the earth is in the stars above your freaking head.
Anyone go with that?
I don't know if you can't figure this out. This is the way that the earth has been mapped. Elevation angles to the stars.
I will have to say, this guy doesn't know how maps are made. He's not got a clue. The elevation angles would be measured and wrote down on a map that's already existing. The map isn't made from these angles. Poor guy.
Looking at elevation angles to stars above your head, they create maps, and we've got all kinds of maps for the world.
He's saying that if you take the globe map, like the northern hemisphere, and flatten it, then the equator is going to be bigger.
Yeah, it would get spread out. The equator would definitely be bigger than what's up at the North Pole, that's for sure.
Yeah. But he's thinking that on a flat Earth it should be 59 miles from the North Pole to the equator.
But what's the discrepancy that he's arguing?
That's the globe measurement. That's the assumed.
But like,
radius.
Yeah, again,
He's taking the globe.
These are all globe measurements that have been given
he's
to us, so they
flattening.
have to work.
it's flattening the globe and goes, if you've measured it flat, then how come
The globe measurements don't
equator,
work or something?
well, how come the equator is bigger? That's what he's saying.
But you've got, who is it there, deGrasse Tyson there that came out there, our star guy, I guess we'll call him the star guy there, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He came out and said that, the Earth's it's a little chubbier, it's a little fatter beyond the
That's
equator.
hilarious when I heard that.
He did throw that out there. So it's like, why did he throw that out there? It's like, oh my God.
Remember their dislike of us talking about other people? Well, it seems like maybe a little bit hypocritical of these people, but talking about, they like to do this, these figures, these people who are on telly, obviously actors paid to say whatever. He's all right using that, not allowing us to state the claim about the people that told you, the shadow casters that told you the stuff.
Again, the people that believe in the whole globe thing have just been led one heck of a story, and it's kind of cool because it's an evolving story, and it just gets better every year after you hear stuff like that.
So can we unmute him? I want to hear his example.
Who are we looking for?
Suit
Elderberry?
yourself. There you go.
Hi, Hollywood. I don't know, whether it's quite simple really, but I don't know, how much grasp you've got of geometry, I guess. And it does require a bit of an understanding about geometry to understand these things. I mean, these guys have been around for 10 years or so, and it only just dawned on them there's a relationship in geometry to some numbers they've been given. And so, you can come up with an argument, like a logical way to
like
look
a
at
10-foot
things.
drop, 66-foot drop at 10 mile. Hey, Elder Bear,
I thought you were going to give me a floor to
yeah, no, that was earlier.
Okay. So, you can have a logical form, in order to pose these questions.
Just give me an example of what you're trying to say.
Okay, it's not so short, but
I'm sorry if you have to repeat yourself for everybody else.
You just have to sit silently and just take it in, okay? So this thing, it's called the measured flat destructive dichotomy, right? And this comes from stated claims, stated measurements from flat earthers. I mean, nobody here.
No. See, you're already. I just want to know what you're saying. I don't need to hear what other people think. Or I want to hear what you think.
I don't know if you'll take it in. All right. So if it's said, right, that the Earth is measured flat by measuring an angle to Polaris, and for every 69 miles measured along a north-south longitude straight line, there'll be a 1 degree change in the angle measured to Polaris. Every time you move further away or 1 degree, you travel 69 miles.
No.
This can't be verified.
Hey, Elbow. The only thing that you will experience under this particular thing that you're going to do here is that you're
going to let me just get on with it, and then you wait till you get to the end, and then you can
just hang on. No, because you're way off here. You're going to look at a star in the sky, and then you're going to move back away from it, and the star will slowly drop to the horizon as you move back. Can we agree with that part? Because it seemed like you're kind of getting away from that.
I said, and for every change in 1 degree that you measure to that star, you will have traveled 69 miles.
What's your point?
1 degree. 1 degree of what? 1 degree of what?
1 degree of angular measurement to Polaris.
Okay.
And this can be personally verified in reality. It's a reality
What's your
measurement.
point?
Hang on. Don't be in such a hurry. You'll get to the point in a minute.
It should be
If
simple,
you don't
dude.
understand, I don't want you asking me questions later. You never said
I want you to
this.
keep it simple.
Yeah, it is simple. Therefore, the distance between the GP of Polaris, right, is at 90 degrees, and the equator, which is 0 degrees, that's the increments you measured as that star appeared to drop in the sky, from 90 degrees to 0 degrees on the equator. And you will have traveled 90 1-degree increments of 69 miles. And that will give you a distance of 6,210 linear flat miles. And each of these measured angles, it also coincides with the given circles of equal elevation they call latitude lines. So it describes the equator as a concentric circle centered at the North Pole with a given radius of 6,210
Hold on. At the
statute
equator,
miles.
what's the angle to Polaris?
It will be 0 as it disappears. Well, you can't measure 0, but
So at the equator, you
as it
can't see the
disappears,
North Star, you're saying?
you can't see it anymore. It disappears over the horizon. Only for the guys in the north. The guys in the south, they've got nothing. They haven't got Polaris, so they can't measure anything. I don't know how they get their latitude.
They have other stars at particular.
They
have
about that.
Stars at particular points in
So,
times. Elderberry.
Circumference of the
Elderberry.
Yeah,
they have
well, we'll deal with that in a minute.
Stars at specific points in time.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. So the circumference of the equator on a measured flat Earth, it's said to be the same as the given distance on the globe model, same size equator, and that's 24,901 miles.
And
so there we have a
What
radius,
about it?
right? We have a hang on. We have a radius from the North Pole to the equator of 6,210 miles. And we have a circumference of the equator that's said to be 24,901 miles. Now, the geometric bit relationship is that the circumference of a circle is derived from the geometric function 2 pi r or pi d, right? So 2 pi multiplied by the radius or pi multiplied by the diameter. And so this is where the argument is. And the logical form of this is it's called a destructive dilemma. And it goes, and the form is this: if P, then Q; if R, then S. Not Q, therefore not P; not
Bro,
S,
I
therefore
said
not
keep
R.
it simple.
It is simple, but you know, if you can't follow it, then you
You're
can do a little bit of
just giving
study
me an
about it.
alphabet, dude.
Yeah. Well, the Earth is measured. If they say the Earth is measured flat with a radius of 6,210 miles, with a circumference of the equator of 24,901 miles, right? And the circumference of the equator is 24,900 miles with a radius of 6,210 miles. So if the Earth is measured flat with a radius of 6,210 miles, P, then the circumference of the equator must be 39,019 miles. So it's not Q, it's not 39,019 miles, not Q, therefore not P, not 39,019 miles, so not 6,210 miles radius. And if the circumference of the equator is 24,901 miles, R, with a radius of 6,210 miles, then the value for pi on flat Earth must equal 2. Pi doesn't equal 2, so that's not S.
No, I got to stop you right there.
So
This is
the circumference of the
absolutely
equator
no.
cannot be
You have a
24,900.
problem. You have a problem with the globe measurements. This is not an argument for this room. These are not our measurements. You're trying to dispute something that belongs to
Creating a straw man.
somebody else. It's a
Just an
total
argument.
straw man.
Just an argument.
We do not need this here. This is not helping us. This is not moving our argument forward. You have nothing new to add to flat Earth. You're trying to take away from stuff that makes no sense.
I don't know who this guy is, but why can you not present an argument about measurements made in reality to a group of people? Should be concerned about it. I don't understand.
Well, he said it because it's definitely not forwarding their argument.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
helping the flat Earth.
No
Well, it's
shit.
called the destructive dilemma, guy.
Where do they go from this? Like, this argument basically
retreat
shuts
to the
down
angle.
them. Anything that they've ever said, really.
Yeah, they retreat to the angle. I don't know whether it is in this that I said, you
Shocking indeed.
Yeah, it's really not making sense to me, honestly.
It's not making sense.
He has,
to
well, what he's done
the
is
argument.
he's been given some information about celestial navigation, which is what it is in its own entity.
It is one of those things. Like, what we're talking about here is measuring an angle to a light in the sky and traveling a distance on the land. This has got nothing, zero, to do with celestial navigation. You know how to get to that other place. It's got nothing to do with the light in the sky. You don't navigate to the lights in the sky. This, you're just measuring an angle, a distance, and then another angle. It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation, nothing to do with nautical miles, nothing. You're just verifying a distance between angle measurements. I don't know how easy we can make it and why these guys have to try and obfuscate it into something that it just isn't. It's so strange.
And then he has tried to compare that to the information that we have been given about a globe and tried to make the numbers work. So he's got a curved surface and a flat surface, and
So
I mean,
is he saying
working.
the equator circumference is incorrect based off of?
Well, here's the problem with
What?
the equator. Here's a couple of things that I know.
Are you saying anything about the equator and it's wrong or anything? No. It's just stated it within the argument. The argument is a self-contained statement, and everything you need to deal with is within the argument. If you knew anything about arguments, right, you would be able to see that. Obviously, sometimes when you hear the argument and you read it, it's got like a logical form to it, which some people can be off-putting. It seems a little bit mathematical. It's a bit hard to comprehend. But once you've been walked through it, you can see that everything that you need within the argument is there. It's been placed within the structure of the argument. That's what it's there for. These guys are obfuscating a very simple argument. And rather than trying to allow Elderbear to work through this very simple steps to be able to show what's going on, they have to obfuscate. But they're doing it, I think they're doing it either for themselves or for their own audience, to stop their own audience from realizing the structure of the argument and how it works. Rather deceptive, but that's 2025. That's what we're living in, and we are talking to a group of flat earthers. Now, I'm not saying all flat earthers are like this. Just most of the ones that we've talked to recently are unable to take in the argument or discuss it. I don't know. It's very strange.
About the equator. The equator can either be determined by, as he's trying to claim,
0 degrees.
90 degrees by 60 nautical miles. There's your equator. But the other equator is another number that comes from the ancient Greeks. I'm not exactly sure the time frame. That's actually 10 million. Whoops, I think I took my mic off there for a sec there. The other measurement comes from the Greeks. I'm not exactly sure when, but it's 10 million meters from the North Pole to the equator.
Yeah,
So that's another
10,000
measurement.
kilometers, right?
It's the
Yeah.
Greeks.
So you've got these two different measurements, but they don't match
The
up.
Greeks did
So the whole
meters.
point is there's a problem with the globe because the numbers don't match up. It doesn't matter where you
Guess
go,
it's a pity
you're
that
going to end up with
library
a
got burnt
discrepancy.
down, isn't it?
And he's over there going, well, 69 statute miles per degree. He has a problem. Yeah,
EQRS.
there's a problem with the globe. That's why we're here. We're here to point out a problem with the globe.
Yeah, an elder bear's here to point out problem with
So
the
subconsciously,
measured
what
flat
I got out of
claim.
that was that Elder Bear is a flat earther.
Wow.
And
Has
he
he got
just
you
doesn't want to
muted?
admit it.
He's got Elder Bear muted there whilst calling him something that I can guarantee he isn't. He wouldn't go along with that. But you know, I think this is how they do recruitments. They, you know, like they're trying to put it out there that they've just recruited somebody to their ridiculous thing. They're not honest. Put it
It's
that
probably
way.
the case. I don't know why it is that so many are just so afraid to
He seems like one of
realize
these guys.
that they've been duped. I think it's because something that's been embedded them, and perhaps they took a science course or something back in the day that, did with rockets or something, and it's
And he
just
got an
gotta
A
be
in it
true.
too, probably.
Oh, he might have got an A, but it's gotta be true.
So you're glad you listened to that now, Hollywood?
No.
Tried to warn you.
Fair.
Certainly didn't learn anything.
Probably confused you more than anything else.
I know, that was the whole goal, is to like get unconfused, and he just made it worse. Seriously.
How about I do a simple one for you? Let's see if you can follow this one. You know what a tangent is?
Yeah.
You know, in geometry, circle with a line at the side of it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was
Well,
following earlier, and if you wanted to have a tangent from like a circle, you have to take like a straight line from that derivative, like it can't just be, I know what you're saying.
Well, nice and easy. Where the line touches the circle, that's the tangent point, the TP. So, as you get further and further along the tangent, the distance from the tangent to the curve or arc or circle gets greater.
Correct.
Anyone can follow this. So when we go out in the real world, allegedly we're supposed to be on a ball. That's what we're told. A ball with a radius of 39.59 miles.
Nice.
So how do we create a tangent? What?
Do you want to hear that again? Remember, Elder Bear's brought in an argument about stuff. Listen to his argument here.
The distance from the tangent to the curve or arc or circle gets greater.
Correct.
Anyone can follow this. So when we go out in the real world, allegedly we're supposed to be on a ball. That's what we're told. A ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. So how do we create a tangent? What can we use? Here's an idea. Let's get a kick-ass laser and shoot the bastard across a large body of water. Allegedly, the water bends with the curvature of the Earth. So we'll go out. There's videos of this, plenty of videos that you can watch. The boys get lasers and they shoot them across large bodies of water.
Does he
Now,
think
at
like
one
water
end-
curves or what?
Well, it has to if it's on a ball with a radius of 39.59.
Is that what you think, Elder Bear? You think water curves?
The purpose of a logic.
We might have to add in here that AI has made an argument saying that it doesn't have to curve. So they're going against their own narrative. That their own authority. The AI is one of the high-ranking members. He might even come in a bit. That he's mentioned that it doesn't have to curve. There's some strange things happen, But I mean, I have heard of some strange things that just can't be explained.
Yeah, old Hollywood is strange because he came in claiming he knew nothing. Like, it's got to be really simple for me. I don't get it. And as he speaks, he's gradually showing that he does have an understanding beyond what he claimed in the beginning. That's when I began to realize more that they're grouping together and he's part of the team. So
I was trying to help him as well in messages, and he wasn't taking any of that. So I would have to say the same. These guys are all on the same team. They may act like they're not, and he's there for learning, but he's part of the team. They know what they're doing. They're working together, fooling people that are listening. But I mean, there isn't many people listening.
Syllogism is to bring some truth.
That's not what he asked.
Do you think water curves, man?
I'm sorry, hang on. I'll get there in a minute.
Yeah, no, you're not going to ramble on with your bullshit. The young chap asked you a close-ended question. A yes or a no will suffice.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Don't overcomplicate things.
Here, I'll make it real simple for Elder Bear.
Hang
Elder
on.
Bear, listen,
I've been
listen,
asked. Are you going to answer for me again, Plum Bob?
Listen,
and
Elder
Shadow
Bear,
Cast?
listen. Water at rest. Water at rest.
At
This
any
is
scale.
level.
What about water at rest?
Have you ever seen it curve?
I have been instructed in this room that water at rest
That's not what he
is not
asked you.
exclusive to the flat Earth, and
Why-
that can exist on
Why
a
can't
ball
you just
as well.
answer, dude?
So I can't see that is proof of anything.
Yeah, he's just going to waste your time. Hollywood, I don't know if you've met Elder Bear before, but see what he's doing there? That is just normal. It's like he's having conversations.
That's because AI
I know, it's
has
typical for
told
these
him that.
guys.
Yeah.
So anyways, let's get back to our tangent.
He's
So out
just
in the real
come
world,
entered the
we get this
room as
kick-ass
well.
laser. We shoot it across a large body of water. Now, you can actually go and calculate out how far the drop should be as we get further away from our tangent point. And I'll chuck up in side chat for you. Drop
So I think I'm
charts.
about to get kicked at some point.
There it is. So you can have a look for yourself. As you get further along that tangent, from the tangent point, the drop from the laser to the ground, or body of water in this case, gets larger and larger and larger. This should ring true if we're on a ball. Okay? It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
Now,
and it's
the
just
issue is,
If he just did an if.
it's not happening in reality. When
Yeah,
the
I
boys are
know.
out there shooting lasers, this ain't happening. And they're not just doing it over 10 miles. 10 miles will give you a 66-foot drop.
He's never
Some of these
shone
lads
a
are going
laser.
30 miles plus now. I think someone said the other day it's up to like 40-something miles. And the military allegedly have done even further. So I'd love to see videos on that with them hitting their targets, because those guys don't mess around. Because their specific function is to hit targets. So they'd want to be as accurate as possible. But anyways, as you can see with that spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's the drop over distance chart there. So yeah, 30 miles, what are you looking at? About 600 feet, give or take? That'd be noticeable. If they were out there doing these and it was, say, I don't know, 500 foot and it was supposed to be 600, I'd be going, you know what? You got me. I'm pretty sure that you've just messed up your measurement. But when you're on the flat end, they're out by 4 inches and they're supposed to be out by 600 feet, surely the average person would step back and go, you know what? You can't mess up by that much. Seriously. But anyways, man, if you do want to have a look at laser tests, just give us a yell. We'll post them up. There's heaps of them there, ranging
Yeah, I've seen
from
'em.
reasonably close up to, wow, that's insane. But yeah, a few of the other guys, as you'd see, Elder Bear would be too busy worrying about his 69 miles or whatever it is. But it's just too simple. If there's no curvature, how can you have a ball? It's like with the water. We all know. Flat and level when it's at rest.
See, why can't you have a 69-mile horizontal distance? What's up with that? Why is he reeling against something like that if he can make statements about lasers? What's up with a 69-mile horizontal distance between a 1 degree angular change? Measured anywhere.
Allegedly, 73% of Earth is water.
Yep.
Flat and
And
level
none of
water.
that. None
This is another one that annoys me. It's a mathematical statement. And if you say 70% water, then what you're actually saying is 70% of the 100% is water. So they're saying that they know the 100%, totality, the whole, whenever they mention this 70%. And again, he mentioned that. Not Elder Bear. It's not within an argument. He just mentions it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, Bev, because we're in the car, but
yeah.
I was just saying
Yeah,
to
we
my wife
do,
that,
Kevin.
yeah, thank you. I was just saying to my wife that they'll accept that number, so he'll put that number out there, but won't engage with the 69 miles per degree.
Yeah.
That seems strange to me.
Yeah, that's a massive statement, really, isn't it? 70-odd%. Because you're saying 100%. You know 100%. And seeing it's a flat earther, you're talking about all the way up until the container. Aren't you? The edges, the perimeter. Where you can't go any further, where the container walls are, I presume. Interesting.
None of that has anything to do with the radius of anything. It's just flat. And we measure water to be flat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no radius. So this whole thing about the 69 nautical miles, 60 nautical miles and 69 statute miles is kind of has no place or anything because, it would need to be proven in a couple of different ways, but maybe it's already been proven because these are the numbers that we've been given. So perhaps Elder Bear has a problem with a map that he's using. There's another possibility because all of this stuff, we've been kind of led to believe that all this stuff works as far as the 69 statute miles per degree, the 60 nautical miles. We know that these people are out there in boats using this technology and they're able to get around. So I don't know who he's got a problem with, but I really don't see how it's a flat earth problem. I'm not sure why you're here, Elder Bear. You want to come back on and tell us why you're here?
Right, where's the problem? Like, I've not seen a problem other than the actual argument and the problem that the argument presents. I don't know why Elder Bear's got a problem. I don't think he has. Whether that's like projection, whether it's hurt him a bit and he assumes it's Elder Bear's problem. But I just don't see where the problem is. We're just saying, if you can measure the 69 miles between the 1 degree and then, add up all of those 1 degrees to get 90 to get where the equator is, then you've got a distance. you've got a diameter that goes from one side to the other. I mean, that's one of the things that you do have is a measurement in reality, and you can do these things. There's no problem. Except for these guys that can't even measure their own shit. It's weird. Weird.
I thought that
don't
was
Search for
Matrix that
truth.
was talking.
You know, as you said, in reality, navigation, they use this in navigation, distances, you know, angles, mileage. You know, it's done. Everybody uses this system based on, you know,
Yeah.
these
So
measurements.
we
Interesting,
agree on
you know,
that.
you
We
said
agree
there
on
were those
that.
measurements, and it's interesting that, you know, you're using them to measure flat
No, no,
Earth
no,
with. It's
no, no,
kind of
no,
strange.
no. Stop that. We're not using them. We're only
Oh, you are.
offering it. No, we're not
I know you
using them.
said it's not you, but somebody is. I mean, people around here are using
No,
it.
it's none of us.
Well,
None
I
of
said
us
you
are
can plead the
using
fifth.
them. We're only use
Yeah.
this information because it's to us. I still
Yeah,
feel
but it's
like I'm
practical
going
in
back around
reality.
in
It can be
another loop
verified in
here back in
reality,
it.
though.
Yep, one bomb. That's what he does.
I don't need to verify it.
Well, the only way you would be able to get close to us is
I
if
think that's it. That's it for that bit. I got kicked. It appears that I was sat for 10 minutes listening to a completely random conversation before I realised that's how interesting the conversation was. So let me get the next one.
Have you did this?
Have you guys got that? Did it change the screen for you? Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute.
That's
I don't
all it's
care.
happened that we've been given
Okay, hey,
numbers.
can I finish my
Not
own
our number.
sentences? Hey, can I finish my own sentence?
Right, yes.
Have you did this measurements and that you are
10
talking
minutes
about, or you
after,
just listen to some people
when I
and you are just
realised
trying to say,
maybe
oh,
a little
that
bit
doesn't
more.
match reality? Have you measured them?
And my argument addresses the numbers that people gave me, not my measurements. They were given to me. They were measurements that have been given to me. I have heard
So
people
your
talk
problem
about
is the
different
measurements.
Have you verified that measurements if they're right or wrong?
and the proof.
Have you verified it?
So
I don't have to. I don't have to
Migo,
verify it.
the problem he's got is with the measurements and the people that gave him the measurements. And as I explained to him quite clearly before, he should take it up with those people. If you
I
don't
know.
like the numbers given from a particular person, go and confront that particular person and go, nah, you're wrong because of X, Y, Z, and give your legitimate reasons why they're wrong.
Yeah,
What
You
it does
named them earlier.
specifically.
what
Very
it does
specifically.
expose is without
If-
those
Elder Bear,
numbers.
hold on, Elder Bear.
What it hang
If
on,
any
hang
of
on.
these
What it
numbers
exposes without
specifically-
those numbers is that you've
Elder
got
Bear,
nothing.
hold on a second. If any of these numbers specifically have to do with anything like 69 statute miles or 60 nautical miles, those are not our numbers. Those numbers are given to us from the Globe Believers. That's where they come from. So you got a problem, go to them. Stay away from us.
Wow.
As I said, they're numbers in reality that you can verify for yourself. You
Did you
agreed they
verify
were.
them?
You agreed
This is
it
the
were
fucking
globe numbers.
So are
It
you
seems
going to
like
tell
you've
me
been
now
telling globe
that
numbers
they
are
work?
flat Earth
Do
truth.
these numbers, are these numbers correct now, Elder Bear? Do they work now? Are they
They
good?
can be verified in reality. Then you can
So
decide
if
whether
Have
they're
you
they're
verified?
verified,
Hold on. We've been told multiple times now, Plum Bob, you can go and verify them in reality. Now, let's throw it back the other way. Elder Bear, have you personally verified these numbers? Yes or no?
See, I got this. It's irrelevant, isn't it? because they wouldn't believe anything anyway. The fact is that you can do it for yourself, and returning that back to somebody else has little to no meaning whatsoever. Some sort of a subversal, if you will. Doesn't matter. If Elderbear had done it 1,000 times, it wouldn't matter whether he says yes or no here. Doesn't make any difference to the fact that you can do it for yourself. You don't have to trust anybody else. You don't have to ask anybody else if they've done it, if you've done it yourself.
He doesn't have to.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't have to. I can.
Unless you stop saying that, because your argument doesn't require any of these numbers to have ever been validated. It just requires somebody to have made a claim that you're critiquing.
Yeah.
They could all be hypothetical. It would be irrelevant.
Well,
Exactly.
these are Elderbear's
the
claims.
claim has been made.
These
the claim
are
has been
Elderbear's
made.
claims.
No, they're not. They're not my
Yes,
claims.
please.
My argument.
So
Hang
I've
on.
got to take
Hang on, just hang
responsibility
on.
for someone else. No, you can hang on. I now have to take responsibility for somebody else's claim. That's what this comes down to. Well, I do apologise now,
No,
but
it's just an argument.
she ain't going to happen, bruv.
Even the problem is, like, there is the claim, but he didn't even verify if the claim is right or wrong.
Matrix. I didn't say you have to take it. All right. I
So
didn't say
why
you
are
have to
you
take
putting
it.
this straw man on top of me?
I'm not. I'm just telling you about my argument, given the data I was given.
Yeah.
You're getting
Well, you need
personal and
to
triggered by it
explain-
as if I'm
you need
talking to you.
Holy
Elderbear,
crap! I think I see the
Elderbear,
problem.
Elderbear,
I think
you
I
need
see the
to
problem here.
find
Is that
different location where you can put your argument out, where you can get the answer
Yeah.
that you're looking for. You will not get it here. This is not our argument. This is not our claim. You're trying to deal with something that has nothing to do with us, and you want us to try to figure it out for you. We're the wrong people.
Yeah, can you
So this all
comprehend
depends
that?
on how you define. It all depends.
You don't.
Hold on. Here, bro.
You don't have the battle with me,
It's all-
right? You got a battle with the mathematics and the geometry. It's not going to go.
Yeah, cool story. So the problem here is how you define the equator. If you define the equators as being, like you said, 69 times 90 linear miles away, and you call that a radius, and you describe an arc, and you come out with whatever number that's not congruent with the 24,000, right? Then you're saying, okay, I have an incongruency here because these are two different numbers. So if one person holds that the equator is 24,000 miles, while simultaneously holding that if you get a linear distance by doing the 69 miles per degree, so you have 90, get to 0, that gives you times 90, and that's incongruent, right? Then that's an incongruency, and you're pointing that out to somebody. They have to abandon one of their claims. I mean, it's not that hard to comprehend. Oh wow! I said it. I said the whole thing in less than 30 seconds. Oh, that was tough.
I also said it, but I got a lot of pushback, so I decided to come up with an argument to make it a bit, more solid. But when
you
I
have any
said
other
the same,
You have it written
hang
down.
on. I'm talking to AI, Hollywood. Shut up. When I addressed people with these numbers like you just did, AI, they muted me, silenced me, kicked me out, and told me I was talking stupid. Now you just, outlined it exactly as I said it. You have a problem with the numbers. I didn't come up with the numbers. I don't have to verify them. I don't have to quantify them. I just have to address them. The mathematics and the geometry you cannot get away from. It's up to you what you do with it. It's up to you what you choose with it. It's up to you that whether you come to the end of that geometry.
No, nobody
you
cares.
decide
Nobody.
it's curved
Yeah, but
or it's
Elderbear.
flat. That's your
Yeah,
choice.
but nobody. Yeah, but
The
nobody cares
argument is
unless
not going
they're.
away, AI. Okay.
That's
But you
fine.
can
I don't
use it
care.
with your
The
red pen.
point is.
You can use it
The
with your
point
red pen.
is. That's fine. The point is, it doesn't matter unless any one of those claims is held by the individual. They don't hold any of those claims, and it wouldn't matter to them.
See, that's AI trying to justify an argument being, what did he say? It doesn't matter unless any of the claims are held by the people. So the argument's only valid if the people that are hearing the argument have made the claims within the argument. And since this argument relies upon measurements taken in reality, does that rely on you actually taking the measurements in reality yourself before you can take on the argument? Or does it mean that you have to verify the things within the argument to be able to take the argument on? I don't know. The argument still stands, and it always will stand. The argument's been made. It's out there. You're not going to make it disappear now. You can't just say, I didn't say that claim. That's not going to affect the argument one little bit.
Doesn't take the argument away. And you can plead the fifth as well. You can plead the fifth. Everybody can. And you can retreat to the angle. That's all you're left with now is the angle.
Dude, I could care less.
All right, you can retreat to the angle, and I'll find
What
something
did I
for that
retreat
too.
to? Yeah,
Okay.
dude, you can't even
Matrix
talk
is
to the person
retreated to
you're
the
speaking
angle.
to, dude.
Oakley
Holy
is
crap, dude. You can't even talk to the person you're speaking to. It's like you're talking to other people at me.
Yeah, it's really weird, honestly.
It's like a boyfriend that can't remember which girlfriend he's cheating on with at the moment, so he calls her the wrong name.
Damn.
Alicia, I told you not to make my sandwich with mustard. I'm Sheila. Yeah, like I said, Sarah, shut up and sit down.
Yeah. Plus, he's got a very specific problem with very specific numbers that didn't come from us.
Yeah, and that's
From
all he
very
has.
specific people.
That's what's so weird is why is he so hyper focused on this one thing? Why does he have nothing
problem
else?
with 60 nautical miles per degree and 69 statute miles per degree. He's got a problem with that. Those aren't our numbers. Those numbers came from somewhere else, and he don't like them, and he say they
I
don't work.
don't care.
So
I don't care where they
on
came
him.
from. Yeah, but I don't care where they came from. There are
That's on him if he doesn't.
yes,
right?
but
That's
but
his problem.
I know that's fine, but there are flat earthers out there who are saying that the equator is a certain distance, but then simultaneously another day they'll argue that
We've been given numbers. That's all. That's all that's
care.
happened. That we've been given numbers.
Okay, hey, can I finish my own sentences? Hey.
Oh, see, now AI is trying to come in. I don't know whether he's trying to help the argument point out to people, but obviously he's getting interrupted in something. This argument only relies really on 69 miles and 1 degree. Measured anywhere, everywhere. That's how you confirm this. Is just measure it, ask people to measure it for themselves. Try and get them as broad ranging as possible. Get somebody in as far north as possible, someone close to the equator. Get them to check it. Those of us in between, we'll check it as well. Everybody check it. Just make sure it is actually something that does actually happen. Then we can do mathematics. It's simple. I don't know. They've been in this for 10 years. Why have they never even attempted anything like this? Weird. So all we're saying is that you can actually do this. 69 miles. The entire globe, the real globe. We can all get out there and check it. Flat earthers can join in. Globe earthers, dogmatic globe earthers, real globe earthers, flat earthers, concave earthers, dinosaur earthers. Everyone can have a go at this. There's no discrimination apart from us being able to do it to Polaris. Apart from the Polaris privilege that we have. But reportedly, you can do it in the south as well. I mean, nobody's stopping you.
Hey, can I finish my own sentences? that okay with you?
Fine, go ahead. Just sound like you're getting kind of stupid here, though.
Okay, listen. Make this real clear to you. Shut up. Thanks. Now, there are flat earthers out there who hold two positions that have an incongruency. One, that according to celestial navigation and angles to stars, you can get linear distances by converting the 69 miles per degree. So they hold that position and they say it. And then they simultaneously, another day or even another conversation, they'll say a claim about the circumference of the equator. So that's an incongruency. So if they have that and they're arguing that on 2 different days or even the same day, then they have an incongruency in their position that they have to address. That's all. There's nothing dumb about that. Doesn't matter where the numbers came from. If they're putting them forward, that's on them. That person making that argument, right?
But in this conversation, is the most important thing is like the measurement is made on the flat and horizontal plane.
Well, I mean, that's fine and dandy, but if you say the measurements made on a flat horizontal plane, but then you make 2 mathematical claims about a specific circumference, which doesn't equate to the radius you're getting from a line to the center point out to the boundary of that circumference, then you have an incongruency in your position, and it's not unreasonable for somebody to point that out. However,
it's not unreasonable for somebody to point that out, says AI. Well, it just so happens that somebody's made an argument stating exactly that, to point out to the people that have made that claim. So, I mean, hopefully, you never know, right? This might be the end of the measured flat claim. Flat earthers might never be able to mention that ever again. And the people that have said it might have to deny them ever saying it. I mean, yeah, there will be recordings of them saying it. But, I mean, they can still just deny that they've ever said it today or something like that, because that's the way it works in these arenas.
or if you don't put forth those arguments, then they shouldn't be forcing you to accept their critique for something you never said.
I don't know if it's 60 miles per degree. I didn't measure that. But I know that when I'm measuring elevation angle, I'm measuring it on the flat and horizontal plane.
But yeah, you could do that all you want. But like, if you do see, like someone like you might not say, hey, it's 69 times 90 from the center of the North Pole or whatever, you know, the polar the star pole, not the geographical North Pole, but the pole star. So if you say it's 90 times 69, and that equals a certain distance.
This is
You
AI.
say that that's the distance to the equator, and that would be expressed as a radius, and you'd get a circle, right? And I can't remember the numbers he said. I didn't check them if they were correct. What did he say? 69 radius? I can't remember. Whatever it was, like 6,900. And that equals what? Go ahead.
Yeah, but my thing is like, because sometimes even the Polaris, it's visible even behind the equator where they say is the equator. So you
Oh, that would
cannot
be
even,
problematic. That would be problematic, wouldn't it?
of course, that's why you cannot even put that this is the line of equator, because today it's here, but tomorrow the weather is much better. You can see it like further behind, you know. So it's that's why I don't put any measurements on anything, but I know that it's measured horizontal and flat.
Migo Wigo, that is. He won't put the equator on the equator at 0 because, you know, I mean, he's never measured any angles himself, but he seems to be saying that the angle measured is 0 beyond the equator. He doesn't need to state any claims about that. He can just state it. And that's why he doesn't put a distance to the equator.
Yeah, so that means you have to have a staked claim about what you call the
Even bigger.
equator and what you mean by the distance from the center to the equator.
I have a question. If you guys have seen this guy before, is this all he talks about? Is this one thing?
Yeah, something along this line, or the Earth's not flat because there's hills. You know, it's just some stupid thing.
I'm kind of sick of it, you know?
He's got a major issue with the word flat.
Well, look, see, there is a lesson to be learned, though, and that's that if he's just chanting this repeat argument, but you know nobody's actually countenancing the fact that there are people that make this claims, and that is true. That if you aren't, then it's okay to say, "Hey, I'm not doing that. Why don't you go take it up with someone who is?" Which is fair. That's what he should do. But that doesn't mean that his argument isn't. It's bad per se.
Oh, uh-huh.
Because I know for a fact there are people that claim both of those things, and there's a mathematical incongruency with the claims. Can't.
So AI is now supporting the argument and the reason for the argument being made that people do claim this thing. It's a pity that the people that do claim it have banned everybody. They've stopped streaming live just so that they can get her out of people presenting this argument to them. And I don't know how long they can manage to last before somebody shows them this argument. Perhaps they've already seen the argument and realised the error of their ways by stating this claim, wondering how they're going to get out of it. Because it's up to them to rebut it now, obviously.
You can't have a different size circumference, you know, because you decided to choose a different measurement convention to a fixed line. And I mean, unless the equator is something that he, you know, can shrink and contract depending on the day. But if you say the equator is this miles, but then you give me a radius that doesn't equal those miles, then I mean that would be a problem, don't you think? But then, like Phone Bob was saying, it's like if it's not our argument that we're making, then why is he constantly trying to force us to take account for it? That's not fair to us either.
But like, surely he has something else to say besides this, right? Or no?
Nah, they're kind of one-dimensional.
That's what I don't get. Like,
this is what, like, I was messaging him. I said, they're discussing one argument. And he's like, is this all he discusses? It's like we are just discussing an argument, and he hasn't even been allowed to present the argument yet. You're still dealing with the 69 miles. Nobody's ever got into the meat of the argument because it's a destructive dichotomy. It's too much. If they were allowed to comprehend the argument, then it would falsify their model. So obviously, they're not going to want to look at the argument. That's how bad this is.
why is there nothing else that he has to talk about? Why is it just this?
Well, dude, you know, I mean, look, there's been in the past 10 years pseudo celebrities that have images and personas within the community that some people don't like, and they've put forth arguments and presentations and stuff, and other people don't like them, so they're like, "Oh, I have to debunk your stuff just because I don't like you." You know what it is? Drama.
Drama. AI talking about drama.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
And it works sometimes. So, for example, I got mad at him and I took it out on Mr. Plumbob here, which I apologize for.
Sucking up.
Well, I
again.
think that's what his
Got
whole
upset.
purpose is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Their whole group has got a personal beef with
Well,
some
can you
members
unmute him?
of our server.
Does he really had nothing else to say though about anything
It's very
else?
funny. The funny thing is, the other day he was talking about everything is measured from the mean sea level, and then he's talking about that the Earth is not it's not flat. So mean sea level, and so it's horizontal, right? It's level. So it's not curving. It's not going up and down. So that's how you can measure elevation and depth. And then he was not agreeing.
You really want to hear more? You really want to hear more from him?
No. I had enough.
I do. I just want to hear one other argument about anything else in life. Honestly.
No, that's not. No, bro. No. What you have to have is you have to have a specific question for him, right?
I know. I already tried that, but he literally wouldn't answer.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. He won't answer any of your specific questions.
And he just keeps going back to this
All
same
right,
old.
you really want it to happen? Right.
Yeah, I just want to hear anything else anything else. It could be not even related to this topic. Like, does he have anything remotely distant from what he's saying in his brain?
So, Migo, when you measure this angle to Polaris,
Oh my God, dude! You
got a
actually
circle-
are a robot.
got a circle of equal elevation, did you not? I'm
Dude,
sure
you're a
that'll be in the
robot.
book.
No, I just measured an angle, man. I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I just measured an angle.
What was the angle that you measure when you see Polaris below the horizon? What would
I
that
didn't
measurement be?
Below
You said
the
it
horizon.
existed.
How can you measure?
You said
How
it
can you measure
existed.
something below the horizon, man?
You said it existed.
I didn't say it existed.
You did.
I
You
didn't
said
say
it can be
below
seen beyond the
horizon.
equator.
I didn't say.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it beyond the equator? Who can see it?
I say nobody responds to him if he says anything about the distance to the equator and radius.
I'll give you another argument. I'll give you another logical argument, okay? All unmarried men are bachelors, apart from the spinsters.
You said logical?
Ask him how he measures an angle.
Now tell me who saw this Polaris beyond the equator. Who?
Oh, I know, that was good.
Where? What was the angle measured? Where
Shut
from?
up, dude.
Yeah, you're nothing hot.
Oh, I got a
Just
question.
fluff.
I got a question.
It's an issue.
I got a question. How is the equator defined in your argument?
Exactly.
It's defined
Or
as
just in
being
general?
it's the zero point of the measured angle to Polaris. That's what they called it, the equator.
The what? So you'd measure Polaris at 0 degrees?
Where Polaris disappears over the horizon.
I'm pretty sure it's isn't it related to the sun?
That is what is being stated as being the equator. Not me. It's in the argument. It's what's been given to me. Like you said, AI, there's people who said it. Now you don't have to back it up. I'm just presenting the argument. I'm not pointing at you. I'm just presenting an argument. If you get upset that you take it hang on. If you take it personally, it's on you.
You
It's
asked
just
me
an
the
argument.
question. As they told you that the equator is on the 0 degree, I heard people that they say, They went behind the equator where they had the line, and they saw the Polaris.
Okay, check it out. You haven't got any information. You obviously haven't checked it, or you could give me the information I asked
And you don't have it as well.
Actually, from
because somebody told you.
astronomy.com.
You don't have the information.
Children.
Somebody told you.
Yep, that's great.
Yeah,
Awesome.
okay.
Hold on, Migo. Hold on. From astronomy.com, they claim at sea level, 1.23 degrees south latitude, you can see Polaris.
What do you call that angle in relation to the northern
No,
part?
that's not on me. You asked me to back it. I did.
Is that minus 1.23? Is that what you would call it?
If you
Yeah,
can
but
see
if
it,
you're
it's
on
not
the flat
minus.
Earth, if you're on the flat Earth and you're going from 90 to 0,
I'll read it out
then
to
what?
you. Polaris would barely show
Where
up
does the
from
next set of
1.23
latitudes come
degrees
from?
south latitude. How about you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds so people can speak? You ask the question and you keep yammering through them.
I think it's a valid point, though. If you've got Polaris creeping over into the south, and you're making a measurement of an angle, then does that not put the equator at 0?
So it's full of 15 gallons.
Oh, hot mic.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, I know. I don't know whether Kevin was meant to go that, but I think he's out in the car. Don't know whether he was meant to be doing that. So.
For fuck's sake! You're not doing yourself a solid, bro.
He's upset.
You asked for the distance. Allegedly, from astronomy.com /science / is Polaris visible from the southern hemisphere? End of the second paragraph. Polaris would barely show up from 1.23 degrees south latitude. So that means your measurement that you were claiming earlier, instead of being 90 times 60 or 90 times 69, would be 91.23 times 69 or times 60.
Why is it 91? Has he moved the equator? Or would it be less? Because it can be seen. I don't know. I don't know how their maths works. It seems like they're backwards.
Yeah, but this brings me to my earlier point with Elderbear about seeing Sigma Octantis and Polaris at the exact same time. Because if you're below the equator in their model and you can still see Polaris, doesn't that also mean that you can see Sigma Octantis from the same location?
Apparently, yeah.
I'm not sure.
I heard Crit in his
What their
season
model would dictate, I think.
I think he said 17 degrees north latitude you can see the Sigma Octantis, he was saying. So, I mean, it's irrelevant to the argument though, right? It's like wherever the equator is, I mean, it is there. And you can argue about how you want to derive where it is. But, I mean, if you're going from this 90 times 69, whether it's 89 times 69 or 91 times 69, I mean, it's not going to bring it down to what they need it to be. It's just not going to happen. You're dealing with mathematical operations here. I mean, this is definitive. These arguments aren't going to be disappearing, going anywhere. They still have to be rebutted, considered at least, talked about, discussed. You have to do it. There's no good getting angry.
I think he thinks that we have a map that we measured it and we measured on the ground equator and things like that. He thinks that we have a map. We don't
Yeah,
have
it
a
was
map.
10th man told us. 10th man told us. Remember?
Man, go talk to that man.
Yeah,
And
what
that's
are you
Dude,
saying?
hey,
I'm just
brother,
saying. You know.
hey, bro. I gotta fill you in on
Bro.
something. Not everybody knows what 10th man had said, because not everybody watches Nathan Oakley show, bro.
Well, he's in your server. He's in the resources in the home
Sometimes,
server
rarely.
hang on, as a citation for 69 miles to 1 degree. It's in your server.
A
As a
citation.
resource. As a resource, yes.
Oh, a resource.
Go
Isn't
take a
that
look.
different than a citation?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, go
Yeah, I know
to
there's
our home
yes,
server.
yes,
There's
I
loads of
know, dude. I
information there.
know.
Can
There's
fill you in
tons
on
of
how the Earth
stuff.
is
I
measured flat.
know.
Sorry, AI.
Yeah, there's
And if that's not
ether
yours,
stuff.
that's okay. AI.
Holy fuck, dude.
It doesn't. You can plead the fifth on that as well. It's not
All right,
yours.
dude. I'm just gonna mute your dumb ass so I can explain something to stupid people like you who don't understand how life works.
Own
Okay,
his
if you
ass,
have a
AI.
library,
Talking.
which has a bunch of different stuff in it that people are contributing to, that doesn't mean you endorse all of the content. So, for example, some people work at libraries that have books that talk good about certain politicians that they hate, or they talk about religions that they don't ascribe to. And so somebody could walk into the library and go, look at your library. You have books about Islam. I thought you were Christian. Look at your library. You have books about Trump. I thought you liked Obama. Like,
They have
good
Harry
grief,
Potter
dude.
books too.
I know, right?
But he said it's measured flat.
I have to point out, Elder Bear's talking about the videos and sources and information they've got on their 24/7 Discord server. There is Nathan Oakley citations and videos of presentations that they've made. So that's where the information is being given out. Now AI seems to be dismissing that, saying that you can't get any information from that stuff that they tout in their rooms. It doesn't mean anything. It's just videos that they've put there. Good to
they
know.
often bring it to the attention of the new people.
Yeah. Just like Nathan
so,
Oakley
Go
now.
to our home server 24/7 Discord.
Yeah.
Then sections there for all sorts of things: Coriolis, gravity. All the subjects, all the topics that they talk about. All the sections there, and you can go there. And
all of the stuff that are being Nathan Oakley's book that's coming out.
In the book.
Yeah.
All
of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But just know, Nathan, if you're listening in, anybody knows Nathan, they're disowning it. It means nothing to these people. They didn't say it. Just because it's in their server doesn't mean they support it. They'll drop you. It's gone. This measured flat claim is no more. These guys haven't claimed measured flat. Well, that's what they're saying now. It may have changed. And all of those times that Nathan came over onto this server and said the measured flat claim and shouted at people, called them names.
He was regular on a Friday.
Yeah.
He's a guest. And his whole thing was that he was going to go around on a tour and teach everybody on the front foot with the Earth is measured flat since the beginning of 2024. And they had him in on a Friday, and they didn't say right at the beginning, we do not support everything this guy says. Just here, and he may say some things, but we don't necessarily agree with any of it. And they touted it, and he swore at people. He gave out all of these numbers. Go back and listen. You'll find all the 69 miles, all the 1 degree, 24,901. It's always stated there. Nobody ever stopped and says, "Oh, hang on, you've got no observable data." That's what I've heard them say about it. No observable data. Nobody pulled him up at the time. They got upset with him every now and again because he swore at people, and somebody, one of the mods, kind of stepped out of line and muted him, and then they got pulled up for doing that. Later, they had meetings. There's a few of those recordings where they're having a go at each other. Because one of the mods said, "Look, I've had enough of listening to you swearing at people and things." But generally, they've endorsed him. Generally, the 69-degree celestial sextant argument that Nathan has proposed that's what's being offered there. If you go to resources,
Yeah, you could go to
out.
any one of Nathan's shows from the last 2 years of a Friday.
Yeah.
And you'll hear him over there in these rooms stating measured flat. For many reasons. It may have started off a little bit more lightheartedly at the beginning, but it definitely developed into a accept measured flat or fuck off, basically, wasn't it?
It is, yeah, definitely, yeah, and narrowed it down to this angle. If somebody says elevation angle, don't say anymore. They want to say fuck off. Said elevation angle, there you go. Welcome to flat Earth. That was it. And he stopped giving out. Well, more recently, he stopped giving out the detail. He's just shut people down as soon as they said angle. I mean, they've got this list of things you can't say that one deck came up with.
Yeah, I mean, that's bound to go far, isn't it? Words that you can't use while you're talking to them. Because some shit DJ has decided to write some shit poetry.
Yeah. Everything must
sent Nathan some money just so he can read out 30 words that you're not supposed to use.
Yeah.
I mean, just let everybody know, like Nathan, I hope, right? I really do, because it peeved me, the measured flat. It's just a ridiculous nonsense claim. But it appears that your argument might have done the thing. It might have done the trick. Nobody is claiming it now. There's just people like Nathan Oakley who live in the little echo chamber. And none of the people that are around him will bother telling him that everybody else is dropping the ridiculous measured flat claim. There's only him. He's on his own. With no support. With a book ready to come out.
Well, I mean, yes, they'll be scrabbling around, changing a few of the chapters, I'd imagine. I don't think it's going to come out till 2028 now.
Yeah.
Because they,
You can't put measured flat in this book now. Obviously, there's no flat earther that'll agree with it. They didn't say it. They didn't make the claim.
Yeah, I don't know if I pointed out yet about AI waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps I do, But AI himself has said he's waiting with his red pen to mark this book. He fully expects and he knows where he's targeting. He knows where the faults lie within it. He knows what he's going to, he said, I'll auction off the book with my red marks in where I've critiqued the book. He's fully aware for himself. Yeah, he's fully aware of himself, of what he sees as the issues, what he's ready to underline already. I don't see him going, well, he has been over there, but he's got an arrogant attitude and he's upset a few people and they kick him out and don't want to listen to him. But I still didn't hear him pointing out these issues. It seems people have tried to get to Nathan a little bit in the last week or so, and he's also retreated to the angle over the last 2 or 3 shows since he heard that pi might come to 2.
Yeah.
And today no show, so maybe he's just going, I don't know, run out, regrouping,
weekend to reconsider the book, because they're gonna the moment you hit the book with this challenge to measured flat, then Nathan's relying on the book coming out soon, and this argument is a massive problem for that thing. I don't know whether he's going to put a forward in about the argument that you put out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's, again this week said he's struggling. He's fed up with selling microphones. He's struggling again to make money. He needs this book out because he sees it as a bit of a cash cow. Keep him rolling. I guess it would be a way for, I mean, there's Jardo, who is also, I mean, Jardo has been in 24/7. He's stated in the last 2 weeks, the 69 miles, the 1 degree. He stated it himself, and then he's going in there and buying Nathan 10 memberships at a time. It's $150 a go. I think he did 3 in one show. Certainly done 2. So, $300, $450 in a show he's given to Nathan. And then Nathan did say the other day, that Jardo expected him, to hold his end up. He expected Nathan would be saying something to support him. So he's obviously got some influence. He's obviously said something to Nathan, or tried to say something. So the pressure's on. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see the book coming out because there it is. You'll be able to say there it is. It's in that book. These people are going to have to just totally detach themselves from him.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Migo knows who 10th man is, don't you, Migo? Because you've been over at Oakley's when they talked about it. And you supported Oakley when he said these measurements. But don't pretend you haven't said it or
when you
heard it.
measure an angle, so when you measure an angle, you're not measuring horizontal and flat?
No.
No. So the line, the baseline is curving?
Which baseline?
The one you're measuring the elevation angle.
How did you measure the angle? What with?
Right, yeah, I have to point this one out. I don't think it gets mentioned. Angles don't have baselines. That's not what you get from an angle. Triangles have baselines, not angles. Mistake number 1.
Oh my god, man!
Yeah, what with? Come on, you're there. You're the man. You're on the podium. Come on. How do you measure the angle?
The sextant.
Yeah. Where's the horizontal in the sextant? Which one of those lines is horizontal?
The one you're standing on.
No, that's not the measured angle. In the measured angle,
really?
which is the horizontal.
The horizontal is the plane you're standing on.
No. You're measuring the angle with the sextant, not your feet.
Yes.
Wow, Elder, you are pathetic, bro.
That's what I do.
Measure the angle. Now tell me which one of the lines.
I feel like I'm getting
to meet at the
retarded.
vertex is horizontal.
Oh
You
shit!
definitely
Get
are.
rid of him. He's so fucking boring.
No, but
So
Migo,
you already are retarded.
Leave Migo alone. Migo's the man. He can stand on his own. He said he can.
Let's
I'm
ask
measuring,
a question here, Elder
I'm
Bear.
measuring from the
With
horizontal
all
plane I'm
wiggling
standing on.
around and
What's wrong with
everything,
that?
can you tell
Migo,
me what it is?
Are you here to
in the
scramble
angle
our
you measured
brains,
with the
dude?
sextant, which lines
Elder Bear,
in
can
the
you,
angle you
Elder
measured
Bear,
with the
can
sextant is
you
horizontal?
can you answer me a question here, Elder Bear? It's getting really frustrating here. What is it that
Don't be
you would be
frustrated. Just
trying
go
to
home.
measure with?
Go home.
Can
Go
you,
to bed.
Elder Bear, could you tell me what you would be measuring with any of this? What is it? What is the goal? What are you trying to measure?
Did Migo Wego have to take a knee?
I'm gonna
Hold
knee
on,
you
I
in
know
the
what he's.
chin, dude. What the
You're not.
fuck?
Yeah,
You're
I
not
know.
trying to measure
Don't
the
worry,
earth.
Hollywood. It's only enough.
Are you not trying to measure the earth? What is going on
I
here?
think I figured it out, bro. I think he's trying to measure our patience.
Nice one.
Come on, Migo. Tell me. You got a sextant. You measure an angle with your eye, not your feet. Which one of the lines that meet at a vertex is horizontal?
Do you think the sextant it was on my feet?
No, you said your feet. You said what you were standing on was horizontal.
Yes.
You didn't measure
So
the angle with your
there
feet.
is one thing. There is one
Oh
thing
my
about
god.
a sextant
My
that you might want to take into consideration here before
You want
you
to tell
cut
him to
me
shut
off
up again, AI, before he goes and steps them up?
of me. There is something on a sextant called a horizon mirror. Horizon mirror. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's
Does
a horizon
does that
mirror
make
on
the
there.
line
Let's
horizontal?
go.
Does it make the line in the angle horizontal?
It's in the freaking name.
Yes or no? It's a simple binary question. Yes or no question. Not
Horizontal.
rhetorical.
It's
It's
in
a straight yes or no question.
Got a mirror.
It's in the word horizontal. Okay, everything is flat. Everything you're doing here is above flat. You're going to look in the
No,
horizontal.
the angle is
mirror.
taken between the face of the mirrors. Hello?
Yeah, you're going to line it up with the horizontal. You're trying to, you know what you're trying to do here when you're doing any of this? Is you're trying to measure the damn earth because you're freaking lost and you're trying to figure out where you're going to go. And the only way you're going to do that is if you actually reference the freaking ground that you're freaking standing on. Do you not get this?
It's a measurement in the vertical axis, not the horizontal. Elevation, upwards, vertical.
So the horizon is up in the sky now.
The mirrors are not horizontal.
It's from the horizontal, you idiot. It's from the horizontal.
No,
How can
the
you
angle is taken across the
angle
face
without
of
the
the mirrors.
horizontal? How can you have an elevation angle without the horizontal?
It's not an elevation angle, is it? It's just an angle.
Elevation angle. You know what is
you don't need
elevation
the
angle?
horizontal?
You know what is
It's an
elevation
angle.
angle?
How can
That's
you get
not
an
what
angle
you've
without
got there with the
horizontal?
sextant. Sorry.
It's
not
an
what you've got with the
elevation
sextant.
angle.
Yeah, you can
It's
say all
different
that.
than normal angle that you draw it on your paper.
Listen. You've been listening to Oakley too long. Now, AI pointed out that these people are wrong. Now, you keep saying that, but the angle
No,
is
he
measured
didn't
with the
point out
sextant.
that they were wrong. Don't fucking
The
cherry
angle-
pick and be a weasel.
Yes, he did.
Don't you
He
fucking
did.
He said that they were wrong about a very particular thing. So don't be a slime and say that he said they were wrong about many things. There's a slight difference, Elder Bear. Perhaps you should be using this more wisely. You're not in a room full of children. You're in a room full of people that you've pissed off for the last 3 hours. Remember that.
Stop acting like a child then. Anyway, so
Do you know what is elevation angle? Do you know what is elevation angle?
Wait a minute, Miggy. Let Elbow get in here. Go ahead, Elbow.
Oh, he's muted.
Ask him the question, he will answer.
So again, Elder Brother, you
yes,
need...
I know what an elevation angle is, but that's not what you do. What you've got when you use a sextant.
Do you need a
You just
horizontal?
have an angle. It's not horizontal. In
Do
the vertical
you
axis.
do you need a horizontal? I asked.
No, you need 3 points and 2 straight lines.
Okay, give me 3 points. How would you get the 3 points?
The celestial, the observer, and a point on the horizon.
Oh, so you do need the horizontal.
Just a point.
You still need the horizontal. Can you get an angle with just
No.
points?
The angle isn't horizontal.
So
It's
you
2
don't need
straight lines,
You don't need
neither
2
of which
straight
are
lines.
horizontal.
So
It's
so
in
you
the
do need a
vertical
straight line. So
axis.
not a point.
No. It's an angle in the vertical axis, not the horizontal.
Do you need a point or you need a straight line?
Why
They're
do you
two
put the
different
dip
things, right?
correction there? Why do you have the dip
Are
correction
they
if
the
it's
same thing
horizontal?
or are they two different things?
Hello. Why do you have a dip correction if it's horizontal
To get
already?
you back down to the horizon, horizontal, the flat plane baseline. That's the purpose of the dip angle. When you
to
are
make the
above When you are of a higher elevation above the plane, it gets you back down to it. That is its purpose.
Yes. So a slope.
Excellent.
A slope then.
So we're still
So a slope.
referencing a flat plane. Congratulations,
slope.
Elder Bear. You've just learnt something, or you've chosen not to listen again.
Yeah, he's just not to
So
listen.
so the bottom line of that angle's a slope. Then you would agree.
Who mentioned slope?
Matrix.
Well, if you're
No,
6
he
feet
didn't.
tall, well,
He
check
said
with
you're
me.
above. You're above the plane, is his words.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
so
a
the
slope.
dip angle
That's a
brings you
slope.
back down to where?
Elder Bear, you did not
Where would
listen
he?
to anything that he said. Maybe he
I
can repeat it, and maybe you would listen this time. How would that be? That would be great for the
Maybe if you
audience.
listen to what I said, you wouldn't be getting
Elder Bear,
spiraling.
Elder Bear.
Horizontal doesn't slope.
Elder Bear.
Horizontal doesn't slope.
Elder
Plumb
Bear,
bob.
you need to shut the
Plumb
hell up.
bob
You
is
did not listen to
perpendicular to
any of this, and we need to have it repeated so the audience can hear it, because there are people that are interested in the truth.
The last time I heard, I was muted personally from YouTube, so I don't know if it's going out to YouTube. I know you have the ability to mute me, so it isn't heard. My voice isn't heard on YouTube. Such is the poison of my argument.
I don't
can't
think
help
I
that.
said anything
Horizontal,
about YouTube. I just said that there was an
horizontal
audience
does not
and that
slope.
you needed to
Okay?
be quiet so that we could have what was just put out to you repeated so we could all hear it, because it was very valid and it would be great for everybody to hear it. Could you?
Right, well, I'll clarify. Elder Bear said that the angle that's measured is not horizontal. It's in a vertical plane, and both of the lines, if you will, are sloping. So there's no horizontal in relation to this angle measured in the vertical plane. So you can't start claiming that there is a horizontal. But again, I think it comes down to the lack of practical knowledge. These guys have never measured an angle, so they don't know. They've never had to do anything in relation to a measured angle. Never had to use it for a purpose, so it means nothing to them. It's just words within an argument that they imagine they've got, but they haven't. They've just got ignorance of the angle measurement.
Yeah, Amigo just repeated the story. I mean, that he's been told, and we've heard it so many times.
Yeah.
With that sustainable by design citation he pulls out all the time. With the horizontal the observer is standing on. That's what Nathan says. And that's what Migo picked up. So that's what it's been drummed into him. It's what he sees or what he hears. He doesn't think about it beyond that. And that's why he said it's his feet. And yet the angle isn't at his feet, it's at his eye. And they said they can't get an angle without it being horizontal. It's flat earth, but they just measured one. Neither of which of the lines are horizontal. And I've tried to put that to Nathan. Yeah, you're banned for it, same as you have. Yeah. Whatever the reasons. But that was the first interaction I had with Nathan was about that. The horizontal you stand on. You said you're not standing on the horizontal.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter in relation to the argument, to the angle measured either. What you stood on is irrelevant.
Yeah. Said you couldn't get an angle without it, but you've just got one. You just described it. It's sloping. You're above the horizon, so it's got to be sloping downwards. The other one is at an angle upwards to the celestial body. There you go. You managed to get an angle without any of that stuff you said you had to have. Before you fiddled about with it, tried to make it into something else that also has issues. But there you go. You made an angle.
Close your mouth while it gets repeated. Would that be okay?
The whole point of the argument is to find the truth.
Eye level
You
is
can't help
apparent
it if
to
you're
the
spiraling from the truth.
horizon.
It's up to you.
Hey,
Your
Elderbird.
choice.
Hey, Elderbird, take a knee.
Yeah, you can
And the
only mute me to
horizontal,
take a knee. You
the
can't stop me
horizontal
from
doesn't
talking and
slope.
thinking.
Take
Sorry.
take
You're
it.
not.
Hey, plead the fifth, bitch.
Elderberg, the horizontal doesn't slope. Sorry.
Eye level is parallel to the horizontal.
Did he just say what you said?
Dude, I can get a
Yeah,
horizontal.
Sorry,
the
slope.
horizontal
afterwards.
Actually,
doesn't
easy.
slope. It was me. It was me who said the horizontal doesn't slope.
Holy shit,
The
bro.
angle.
You pompous
The
little
angle.
arrogant prick.
We're not.
Passive aggressive dickhead. Shut up and let other people talk.
T-dub. Oh.
So you were
I love
talking about
T-dub.
dip angles. Everything is referenced from a flat plane. A dip angle is, for example, when you're on an exceptionally large ship, like an ocean liner, and you are multiple feet above the plane, you use that dip angle to get you back down to sea level. Everything is referenced from that. If you are at sea level and you are looking up, that is an elevation angle. You are looking up, elevating. Dip, looking down. It's all referenced from the plane of sea level, horizontal. So if you are elevated on a large ocean liner, you would get a dip angle, and you would probably get your celestial almanac and do your calculations from that. Sometimes they just subtract their elevation and do it from sea level. So if they know they're 100 foot up, for example, they would subtract that 100 foot and do their calculation from, guess what, sea level. That's it. There's not really much to it. Is anything else, Plumber?
And if
Right, to point this out, the dip angle has to use the numbers that QE placed within his argument in order to derive the distance to the horizon to convert into an angle that you're going to use to minus from the angle that you get the dip angle. Most flat earthers are ignorant of all of the mathematical parts of this angle measurement and the subsequent follow-ons from that. And they weren't told how to do it. They weren't told how to measure angles or anything really, which is a bit, it's a bit upsetting, but that's not the way that these guys work. These guys work in shadows and deception, obfuscation tactics. They have done for years, and they've managed to keep it quiet, but recent events have made this be shown. It's been brought out to the forefront, and it has brought a load of people back. The flat earthers are going to need as many hands on deck as they can at the minute, because they're in a really bad way, not having to access any of these arguments that are coming. And this is only just the start. I mean, the arguments have been around for ages, but you watch what happens now. An argument's going to be a bad word within the false dichotomy. You're not going to be allowed to present any arguments or anything from now on in. And the flat earthers aren't going to be able to make claims now, because any claims they do make will be able to be placed within an argument to be rebutted.
Yeah, when they 24/7 guys, Mickey, Alpha Veritas, Jedi, they were doing their Twitter thing and doing Twitter spaces. That was the point. They didn't want to talk about flat Earth. The idea was they were inviting people to come forward with their globe proof. Bring us a logical syllogism, they said. They would say that every week on Twitter, try and get people to come. They never entertained any questions about flat Earth. They were just isolating the globe questions, and they were calling out for logical syllogism. They obviously put value in it. They put value in the black swan as a logical formed argument. It's badly formed. We've gone over that. But they put stock in it. Now they're going to destroy that possibility. They say it's going to be a, I mean, Nathan said that this week. You know, interesting arguments. Got an angle. That's it. That's all we need, an angle.
Just an angle, but I mean, it's not going to work. Can't work.
I am in a rubber ducky on the water, in the water. My eye level is almost on the horizon. I don't need to do any deep angle. I take the measurement with the sextant, perfectly horizontal.
That is correct.
Yep. If you're on the water, you're on the water. That's what we're looking for. We're trying to get you back to the water, sea level. So perfect. You brought that up perfectly.
Right, 2 points. The dip angle. You just say dip.
You're a dipshit, dude.
Okay. And dip. That angle will require a distance to the horizon.
No,
you got
no,
that?
no, Elder Bear.
And for Migo, hang
Elder
on.
Bear.
The other
It's
point, I can have it in a
specifically
minute.
about-
Hang on. You
it's
can just let me get the other point.
Specifically about your elevation above sea level. 'Cause you need
Let
to
me
get
tell you
brought
about
back
it.
to sea
Let me tell you, it's in my
level.
second
Has
point.
nothing to do about
my
an
second-
angle.
it's
There's
in-
no angle involved.
It's in my second point, where Migo Wego has got his eyes at the surface of the water. He's now restricted by your other claim of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height as to the extent
what
of his
other
vision,
claim?
which is the same for the
What
dip
the
angle.
heck?
That's
You're going to use
that's not our claim.
Yes.
That Elder Bear, that's
well, that's
not our
Migo
claim.
Wego's claim. Yes,
Elder
it is.
Bear,
He's
that is
claiming
not
the
our
black swan.
claim. Elder
It's your
Bear,
black
that
swan
is not
claim.
our claim. Elder
It's
Bear.
the black swan claim.
Nice
Okay,
straw
thank you,
man.
whoever did that. My goodness. I
That's
think
not
AI
my
actually
claim,
wanted to
man.
say something then.
Dude, that was embarrassing, bro. I had to put an end to that because that guy is like, he's like, you know, getting in the ring with like King Kong, thinking he's gonna win, and he's half drunk.
Getting in the ring with King Kong. Wow. I mean, that is pretty impressive, that. For him to think that these guys are King Kong.
Wait, Bev. Who's King Kong?
I don't know. I don't know whether it was
In
Hollywood.
the ring with King Kong. I would like to know who King Kong was. Because his name is not King Kong.
I was just imagining
If we
me going.
figure that out, please.
Yeah, I was just imagining me go in the water, bobbing about with his sextant, and thinking, you know, he's not going to be able to see very far. Where is he going to point his sextant at? You know, the wave in front of his eye. You know, you know, he's got a distance he can't see. That's what I was getting at with this. The idea of this, what you can see in the distance given his height. So he's bobbing about in the waves there. Yeah, how far is he going to be able to see? What's he going to point his sextant at? They keep doing that, you know. If I'm in a rubber dinghy, I don't need to have a dip angle then, but nobody's doing that.
So Migo is the King Kong in question.
Yeah, he was talking to Hollywood, I think. But then AI came in, so maybe AI came in because he was King Kong.
Yeah, AI needs to tell us who King Kong in this scenario is.
I think he
So
thinks he's King Kong. I think AI thinks he's King Kong, and then he can get Elder Bear out of the way because he wants to talk shit. And he doesn't think Elder Bear belongs in the same room as him. He doesn't think I belong in the same room as him either, because he boots me before I can even be in there.
Yeah.
The flat earthers don't think that the horizon is at 1.2 miles, dude. For goodness sakes. I'm gonna give you a second to think about that one, Elder Bear, before I let you continue. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to cut you off because you're drunk and we can't serve you anymore.
Exactly. I didn't say anything about 1.22 miles.
You know,
He's
it's
trying
kind
to
of
say
funny. Like,
he's trying to say it's your argument because you're a flat earther and flat earthers put forward the black swan, and therefore the black swan says 1.22 to the horizon. So therefore the horizon is going to get in your way of what you're trying to do with your sextant on the water line. I mean, this is
There
a
you go.
retarded line of reasoning, dude.
He knows what I was saying,
It
doesn't
would
he?
only be the case if you thought that your dip angle correction was due to the surface curvature of the Earth being the sphere, and the horizon being the edge of that sphere. So that's the only reason why you'd have to think.
you know, it's like
Flat
for
Earth
the
doesn't
woman
think.
here, it's like this Elder Bear guy's come around and he's got all of these globe numbers, because that's what they are. Any way you slice it, these are globe numbers. It did not come from flat earthers in any way.
See, I don't know whether he should be saying that in front of AI. The numbers, how can the numbers be globe numbers? 69 miles measured in reality, 1 degree. Changed to Polaris measured in reality. How could that possibly be globe?
Therefore, globe.
It's just reality, but I mean, you know, I mean, if he's giving those numbers to the globe, then if you verify it and measure those numbers, then you've verified the globe, according to this guy.
Yeah.
And he's in a flat earth room. Remember this guy. Whenever you do, check for 69 miles and 1 degree. Because he's told you that you're going to verify the globe.
It's just what we've been told. So we're going, is it true? We're trying to question them. And he's here, and it's like he's maybe questioned some of them, and they're wrong, and he's mad at us. And we're like on the same team going, yeah, there's a problem with these numbers. And he's going, yeah, well, you better figure it out. And it's like, but wait, we're on the same team. Maybe, Elder Bear, you might have this wrong. You might be on the same team as us. You might be a flat earth. Know it.
I don't know whether he got cut off then or got told to
Yeah,
stop
well,
talking.
we're not on the same team. There is no way on this earth I will bow my head to any of you guys, which you expect me to do.
So,
I was to become
do
one of
you
you.
have
You would
proof
expect
of
me to be
curvature?
subservient to one of you.
No,
I
I
watch you all be
just want to know if you
subservient
have
in
proof of
line with each
curvature.
other.
Proof of
Okay, I
curvature.
see the high.
That's all we're asking for. It's real simple. Proof of curvature. If you have proof of curvature, we'll shut the channel down real quick. So what do you have? We're waiting for it. Go ahead with your curvature.
I'm not bringing the argument for curvature, but I have curvature when I go outside
Okay,
my
so
house.
you don't
Where?
have
Hold no,
curvature.
hold on. He just said he has curvature when he goes outside his house. Where, dude?
It's self-evident, observably.
Where, dude?
Well, you can't see it, but I can tell you that when I walk out my back
Why
door,
can't
there
I
are
see
birds
it? And
away
why
from me.
can't you see it?
Because you're not me and you're not in my eyes.
Okay, well,
What my
where do you
experience
see it?
is that when I go,
Talking
I'm
about
telling you,
undulations, bro.
Where
Just
do
talk.
you see it,
Look,
dude?
hey, bro, I'm
when
trying to
I
help
go
you out,
out of my
Hollywood.
house,
I'll
there
help
is
you out because
curvature.
he's just gonna be vague about it. He's talking about undulation, hills and valleys, and the surface of water having ripples and waves. That's all he's talking about, bro.
So he's a glober now.
No, he's not saying that the Earth curves into to form a sphere. He's just saying he observes curvature on the surface of the Earth that he lives on, right, that he inhabits. He goes outside, he sees changes in elevation, dips and rises, right, curves, jagged
if there is,
bits.
Is that what he's
But
gonna
he'll
say?
deny any flat bits he witnesses.
but if there is curvature, it must be ball, right?
Yeah. See, Hollywood, the
Oh,
problem is our
man.
friend doesn't like the word flat because it's not perfectly flat. There's hills and trees and the ocean has waves, so it can't be flat.
I call in
Well, how
too.
come
So
all the
that's what I said
how come all
earlier.
the trees go straight up on hills?
Exactly, this is his
Yeah.
problem. He doesn't want to know about flat. The word flat gives him a shiver.
How come
He
the
cannot
trees
handle it.
grow perpendicular to sea
Maybe we
level,
could add that
no
in.
matter what
Like
the terrain
flat
is?
is where pi equals 2.
Elder Bear?
Yeah. You're going to get pulled up for that dumb tree argument. I mean, stupid is nothing. I'm sorry that T-Dub gets upset because of something.
Back to the matter.
I'm sorry that I get upset when you're a fucking asshole.
Usually ask this question: what in the 17th century a captain of the ship would do before he leaves the port? And usually what they do is like they take measurements from the height where they're gonna use the sextant from the crow house, from the port, from the other side, from there the other side. And when they leave the port, they go from London, let's say, to the Indian Ocean. That measurement doesn't change.
It's a vertical
Still,
measurement.
it's 15 feet up or 20 feet up to the crow house. It's 10 feet from the port. It's the same measurement that they took in London. So it's the same water level. It doesn't change.
But he thinks he can see something different than we can see. That's what he said, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's not what he said. You've just got to, once you listen to it enough times, he doesn't like the term flat. If you were to describe flat earthers as planar with topography earthers, it's all about descriptions and stuff with him. It's an absolute mind job. It'll fry your head. Trust me, mate. You don't want to get into it.
It's just hilarious.
Tell him it's a horizontal land level. He will agree with you, because that's how he measures it. Anyway.
I mean, I just have a big problem because all of us can agree on things we see with our eyes and all that, but he seems to think he can see something different, which either makes him retarded or us
he's not
retarded.
lying. No, stop. He's not lying. When he says he sees curves, like T-Dub said, he's seeing undulating hills.
But no. That's fine. But
yes,
he's saying,
that's what he's talking about.
I get it, but then how come I can't see that? Why is he saying I can't see that, but he can see it? Why? There's a discrepancy there.
Because you're not in his backyard, duh.
Hey, that's what it sounds like. Like this.
I have a ski resort in my back town, so I kind of got mountains in my backyard. You can ski down the mountain when you're done and end up in my backyard. That's kind of cool. Can you see that from your house?
That's not level. That's not horizontal. You're going down.
This guy has been fully lobotomized.
This kid's having a great time.
I have a question for Elder Bear.
I think I'm going to end this pretty soon.
Yeah.
What happens is they've got people in there now, and they've turned this into a let's not talk about the argument or anything, but let's just abuse people and get people to come in to insult, demean, ridicule with no purpose. There's nothing new in any of that. This is 24/7. A particular brand of flat earthers that have disowned any of Nathan Oakley's measured flat claims. None of these guys in 24/7 from now on will be talking about measuring anything flat. They won't be talking about 69 miles because that's in Elderbear's argument. It's unfortunate for them, but that's just the way it is. Where's that? So, share screen. There you go. Put another tune, and then we're gonna get off. It's late. I might come round again tomorrow. You might want to hear the argument, Ali. I mean, it might help you come to hear. Way up, Rob. Are you driving?
Sorry. I'm just sitting in the car. I just wanted to say something real quick. Sorry, I didn't realize the beeping was so loud. I just want to say I love every day that you go live because it's quite enjoyable for me to get through my extraneous work day and be able to actually learn something. Thank you, Bev.
Well, we are going to be going back to the actual arguments and the logic and a bit more philosophy stuff. It's pretty obvious right now that these flat earthers have got nothing. I've been here for years showing people how we can do things and prove things in reality using logic and tests and things that we do in reality. Now, obviously, nobody else did these things. We did them. And it's, it doesn't affect anybody else. And, people say, well, what have you done? And it doesn't matter what you've done. All it matters is what you're willing to do yourself. I've already done stuff, and it doesn't make any difference to anybody else. It's made a world of difference to me. My arguments have grown. My knowledge base has grown. And I'm good with where I'm at. I'm not in any sort of turmoil at all. Somebody could give me an argument and it wouldn't faze me. I'd be able to look at it and judge it, try and weigh up the positives and the negatives. I'd help people try and fix it to make it even stronger. I don't have a problem with that. Whenever you go and talk to certain people, particularly flat earthers, they're on the defensive far too much. It's not needed. The discussion about reality is what we're here for. And challenging as that may be.
Yeah, because flat's really hard to defend, as I've come to find out. That's why I'm okay. I'm okay with being a not flat earther, because I just like the topic. I'm weird like that. Okay. I just think flat means not sphere. That's where I go.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for listening, everyone. Hopefully we've not upset too many people. And if you are upset and you are a flat earther, honestly, there's no offense meant. These are just arguments. We are talking about reality, so it shouldn't really offend anyone. And I don't like all of this negative shit that goes on. I'd prefer it if people could just talk about stuff. So if anybody does want to come in, the Discord's always open. I am going to be doing a load more streaming because I've got videos that I've recorded over the years that I don't know. I think I should be able to put together to show how people's arguments have changed over the years. Arguments or whatever. So, obviously, and there's loads of music. This particular song, I'm hoping Buster's going to cover it at some point. No, I don't think you're upset, Ali. Why? Not you. I know that there's a lot of other people that do get upset. Listening in. They get that upset that they can't even tune in and listen. Anyway, this song's called Roller Coaster. One of the good ones. Maybe back tomorrow. It is UFC weekend though, so who knows. See you later.
Come here and love me, my dear and lovely. You know what I mean? I can give you everything except for love, 'cause you know that ain't in me. That's your problem, and I'ma fix it with my snake oil. Ooh, you won't know until it's too late. I've told you that I love you in a dozen different ways. I brought you flowers and I've taken you on dates. I bought you diamonds, I've said anything that it takes. I've kissed you on the lips while I looked you in the eyes. So when I take you for a ride, it will take you by surprise. That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. Then I can have my way with you, and you won't know what I'm up to. You won't believe it when it's true, and you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster in my brain. Then I can have my way with you, and you won't know what I'm up to. You won't believe it when it's true, and you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster in my brain. Then I can have my way with you, and you won't know what I'm up to. You won't believe it when it's true, and you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster in my brain. That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. It'll take you by surprise, and you'll love it. It'll feel so right, you won't even see it coming. And it'll be too late by the time you do. And that's when I can have my way with you, and you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster in my brain. And you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster in my brain. That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. take you by surprise, and you'll love it. It'll feel so right. You won't even see it coming, and it'll be too late by the time you do. And that's when I can have my way with you, and you won't even know you're being used. You will never be the same once you get on the roller coaster.